from Corsica to the fourth Rome. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126, Treatment of the British. The fire on the Reasonable was still raging. Although the experienced sailors on the ship had controlled the fire on the upper deck, they were powerless to stop the flames spreading on the hull. Less than a quarter of an hour later, the Reasonable raised a white flag, announcing their formal surrender to the Corsican army. The officers on the ship climbed down the gangway in an orderly manner. The moment they stepped onto the dock, they were immediately detained by the Corsican soldiers waiting on the side and brought to Lawrence. "We surrender to you, Governor Bonaparte." The leading officer bowed deeply and said politely, "I hope you can give the prisoners of war the treatment they deserve and allow us to contact our families in the country to prepare our ransom." Pooh. Before Lawrence could respond, Lieutenant Seth behind him could no longer bear it. Although Lieutenant Seth did not understand the officer's English, after seeing their pretentious expressions and hypocritical courtesy, Lieutenant Seth could not help but curse this beast in human form. He keeps talking about gentlemen every day, but their hands are stained with the blood of Corsicans, and that blood hasn't even dried yet. After cursing to himself, Lieutenant Seth apologized to Lawrence with a shameful look. "Sorry, sir, I was excited." Lawrence just shook his head indifferently and said calmly, "It doesn't matter, I thought so too." After that, Lawrence shifted his gaze to these sanctimonious British guys in front of him and said expressionlessly, "I'm sorry, gentlemen, I have to disappoint you." "Huh? What do you mean?" The leading officer was stunned and looked at Lawrence in confusion. In his opinion, the conditions he proposed were just the most basic war etiquette. If Governor Bonaparte could not even meet such a request, what on earth would he do? Just when the officers were hesitant, Captain Morris, who was the most destitute, suddenly laughed miserably twice. This laugh was both self-mockery and mockery of the stupidity of these officers. A few weeks ago, when Captain Morris and William Pitt lived in the governor's mansion, Morris and Pitt had inquired about Lawrence's news and had some understanding of Lawrence's style of doing things. Captain Morris had long been determined that this decisive young man would not let him go, which was why Captain Morris had never considered surrendering. "Grosso, are you ready?" Lawrence ignored the officer's shocked expressions and asked Grosso behind him. "The stakes have been set up, right among the people, and they are all gathered there." Grosso also put away his cynical expression and said seriously, "Are you really going to burn all these people to death? You shouldn't have decided on impulse, right?" Lawrence nodded slightly. Of course, he didn't decide to execute all these officers on a whim. This burning was not only an explanation to the citizens of Ajaccio, but also a warning from Lawrence to the various forces in Ajaccio. For those forces who took advantage of Lawrence's unstable foundation to have ulterior motives, the wailing of these British people was enough to keep them quiet for a while. "It's useless for me to keep these people. William Pitt is enough for the hostages." Lawrence nodded to confirm to Grosso. "What about the sailors on the ship? And those captured during the pursuit just now? I don't have so many stakes prepared." Grosso frowned and asked. Lawrence glanced at the Reasonable. With the help of the Corsican soldiers, the fire on the ship had been basically controlled, and the sailors also put their hands on their heads and left the ship under the urging of the soldiers. "No, they are still useful." Lawrence shook his head and said, "The Ajaccio silver mine is now in ruins and lacks labor. These British people, along with more than 1,000 Sardinian prisoners of war, will work to death for Corsica as atonement." His Grosso took a breath and looked at the British sailors with sympathy. If he had to choose, it would be better to let him be burned to death on the spot, rather than spend the rest of his life like a slave in the mine. "Governor Bonaparte, what do you want to do?" The British officer saw that Lawrence never responded to them and asked anxiously. Lawrence glanced at these people coldly, especially at Captain Morris, who was pale at the moment, and then completely turned his eyes away from them, waved his hand, and ordered the soldiers around him, "Take them away." A group of soldiers immediately swarmed over, stepped forward and forcefully carried these officers, and began to walk out. "You, Governor Bonaparte, what are you doing?" The leading officer had his hands locked behind his back by two soldiers, but he still did not give up. struggling and shouting, "We are prisoners of war who surrendered voluntarily. You have to treat us well." But Lawrence just waved his hand, as if he didn't hear it, and directly signaled the soldiers to take them away. After receiving Lawrence's signal, the two soldiers who were holding the officer also hit the officer's head with an elbow without hesitation, and cursed, "Be honest, you bastard." The soldiers hated these inhumane executioners even more. The other officers looked at the man who was hit by an elbow, and gave up struggling wisely. He was carried out by the soldiers with his body weak and eyes dull. At the same time, a soldier on the dock came to salute Lawrence and reported, "Governor Bonaparte, the sailors have been controlled." Lawrence nodded and saw that the sailors on the dock were squatting on the ground with their hands on their heads, surrounded by soldiers. Oh, right. Lawrence suddenly remembered something and asked the soldier, "Is there a little boy inside?" "Yes, sir." "Bring him to see me." "Yes." A moment later, little Nelson staggered to Lawrence. Until this time, his face had not recovered from the panic. He had been looking like this since Captain Morris ordered the massacre. "Mr. Bonaparte, Mr. Grosso." Little Nelson raised his head and looked at Lawrence and Grosso with a complicated expression. Alas, what a pity. Grosso sighed and shook his head, thinking that Lawrence was also going to send Nelson to the mines. He said with regret, "This kid was originally a good seedling." Lawrence looked down at Nelson's saber. It was still smooth and tidy without a trace of blood. It seemed that Captain Morris was not so crazy as to let this 12-year-old boy join the massacre. "Horatio Nelson, you should have seen the atrocities you committed in Ajaccio." Lawrence stared into Nelson's eyes and asked in a deep voice. It was Monsieur Bonaparte. Nelson couldn't help but lower his head in shame and said in a low voice, "Although you didn't participate in it personally, you can't escape the guilt you deserve." Lawrence's voice suddenly became a little stern, almost scolding. "Now you have two choices. One is to spend your life as a laborer in the mine. The other is to join the Corsican Navy, to wash away your guilt. You choose." Nelson widened his eyes. Although he didn't know why Lawrence specifically offered two conditions to him, he hurriedly thought about and compared the two options. "Hey, Lawrence, you want to recruit this kid? How can he be British?" Before Nelson could reply, Grosso frowned and reminded Lawrence, "It's okay, he is only 12 years old after all, still a blank sheet of paper, and in 10 years he will call himself a Corsican." Lawrence waved his hand and said indifferently, I choose to join the Corsican Navy." Nelson, who hesitated for a long time, finally gritted his teeth and made up his mind to look at Lawrence and said, no matter what. Little Nelson was still unwilling to bury his life that had not yet begun in the endless mountains. "Very good, very good." Lawrence patted Nelson's shoulder with a little satisfaction and said to Grosso, "This kid is handed over to you. You don't mind having more students, right?" Seeing that Nelson had agreed, Grosso had no choice but to say, "Well, it depends on what this kid can learn." While the three were talking, a miserable howl suddenly came from behind them. This wailing broke through the shouts of the citizens, sharp and piercing, and lasted for a long time, penetrating into the bones of the listeners, making Lawrence and Grosso shudder slightly. Lawrence turned his head and looked behind him. In the center where the citizens gathered, several conspicuous flames had been ignited, and black smoke was constantly rising. Several human figures could be vaguely seen on the stake, twisting in pain with the wailing. What happened? Nelson heard the shout and quickly turned his head to find out what was going on, but Lawrence covered his eyes with his hands. "Okay, good boy, close your eyes and don't look." Thanks to bookfriend 202005101917237751. Quote, VVI, bookfriend 202109060900371000. Quote. Another _nickname_ for their monthly ticket support. Chapter 127 The Crisis of Civil War. 1770, the third day after Lawrence launched a coup in Ajaccio. In the headquarters of the Northern Army in Corsica. The Northern Army has been stationed in this ancient castle since leaving Bastia 2 years ago. At this time, the banquet hall of the castle was filled with the aroma of barbecue and the fragrance of wine. The long banquet table was piled with plates, and even the extra dishes could not be put down, so they were piled on the small table next to it. Only officers above the rank of company commander were qualified to receive such a luxurious reception in the army. Cheers, fellow Corsican soldiers. Sitting at the head of the long table was undoubtedly General Nathan, the supreme commander of the Northern Army. He smiled and raised his glass and said to the officers, "Soon, we will be able to leave this damn place and no longer have to compete with those Genoese bitches." The officers smiled and nodded, raised their glasses, and saluted General Nathan. They all understood what General Nathan meant. General Paulie should have reached an agreement with the British 2 days ago, so they no longer had to stay in the north and compete with the Genoese. Calculating the time, they would receive news from Ajaccio today, which is why General Nathan specially held a grand banquet today. General Nathan held a wine glass and drank half a glass of brandy in one gulp under the greetings of everyone. Then he sat there with red cheeks, smiling at the officers, and was already a little drunk. As the well-deserved second-in-command of the Corsican military, Paulie naturally promised him generous conditions in exchange for his support for the treaty, which made General Nathan look forward to the arrival of this day. As for the rest of the ordinary officers, they also looked forward to leaving this desolate north and returning to the more prosperous Ajaccio to serve. The banquet continued with laughter and joy. The plates on the long table were replaced one after another. Even the barrels of brandy that General Nathan had collected for many years were now empty. Just as the officers were drunk and shouting at each other, a soldier timidly and panickedly pushed open the door of the banquet hall. The soldier couldn't help drooling at the delicacies on the table. After a moment, he remembered his mission and hurried to General Nathan, whose face was already red, and whispered, "General, there is news from Ajaccio." "Oh. Ha 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 ha." General Nathan, who was completely drunk, smiled wildly and laughed out loud. He had been waiting for this moment for a month. "Hey, you all are quiet." General Nathan stood up, put one foot on the table without any grace, raised his hands above his head, and clapped his hands vigorously to signal the officers to be quiet, then pointed at the soldier and said, "General Paulie finally got the news. Come, soldier, tell us quickly." This." The soldier saw that all the officers' eyes were fixed on him, and whispered in fear, "General Nathan, I'd better tell you alone." "Eh? What are you talking about, you bastard?" General Nathan stretched out his index finger and shook it in front of the soldier's nose, saying unhappily, "Forget it, since today is a good day, I won't pursue you. Hurry up and tell everyone what happened in Ajaccio." Yes, seeing that General Nathan was drunk, the soldier was afraid that he would be beaten up on the spot if he refused again, so he had to bite the bullet and take a breath and organize his words. The officers looked at the soldier with a smile, just like the audience sitting in a concert hall waiting for the performer to perform a beautiful song. Report: a coup has taken place in Ajaccio. Napoleon Bonaparte led his troops to attack the governor's palace, imprisoned Governor Paoli, and threatened the parliament to recognize him as the new governor of Corsica. The soldier gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and blurted out all the words. Crack. The glass of an officer slipped from his hand and fell directly to the ground, breaking into several pieces. Time seemed to have frozen. Everyone stared at the soldier in a daze, and even stopped chewing the food in their mouths. General Nathan's alcohol had subsided a little, but he still pointed at the soldier and cursed, "You damn thing, how dare you report rumors from anywhere?" I. The soldier spread his hands and explained, "Merchants from the south all said so, and many soldiers have also received letters from home, which also said that Napoleon Bonaparte." "Enough. Get out of here." General Nathan was furious, picked up an empty bottle from the table, and threw it at the soldier. Seeing this, the soldier quickly dodged the flying bottle and ran out. General Nathan. "General, what should we do?" "That Napoleon Bonaparte, I knew he was not a loyal soldier." The officers finally reacted to the soldier's words, and hurriedly stood up from the table, and asked General Nathan in panic. In the last second, they were still toasting to celebrate a bright future, but in the next second, the news from the soldier completely turned their dreams into bubbles. A perfect version of 16-9 book bar. "Damn Napoleon Bonaparte, how dare he?" General Nathan felt dizzy, both because of the alcohol and because the news brought by the soldier was hard for him to accept, so he had to hold his forehead with both hands and grit his teeth in deep thought. After a long time, General Nathan patted his dizzy head, and his eyes regained clarity and calmness. He looked at the officers and said in a deep voice, "I don't know what kind of wolf ambition Lawrence has, and he dared to do such a despicable act of usurpation. But, everyone, you should have seen that this is a godsend for us." The officers' heads, which were drunk by brandy, were also a little sober at this time. After hearing General Nathan's words, they immediately reacted. The Northern Corps has more than 2,000 troops, and they are elite combat forces that have been on the front line for a long time. Even if Lawrence counts the Southern Corps that came to help from Bonifacio, he has at most 1,000 troops. With such a huge advantage, General Nathan could easily lead his troops to drive Lawrence out of Ajaccio and resupport Governor Paoli. By then, the officers who had made contributions to the establishment of the governorship would get more benefits than what Paoli had originally promised them. Some ambitious officers could not help but look at General Nathan with fiery eyes. They were already thinking that after General Nathan entered Ajaccio, Lawrence and Paoli could be deposed together, and General Nathan himself would become the new governor. It's just that General Nathan. An officer suddenly raised his hand and said hesitantly, "If we attack Ajaccio, it is equivalent to completely abandoning the northern defense line. The Genoese may take the opportunity to occupy half of Corsica." The banquet hall fell into a brief silence. The officers were obviously a little worried about this, as the first line against the Genoese, once they turned back to Ajaccio, it would be equivalent to completely leaving the entire northern Corsica empty. If they split their troops into two groups, they were not sure they could defeat Lawrence's army. General Nathan was silent for a moment and said, "After we take Ajaccio, we can restore the treaty with the British. In this way, even if Genoa occupies the northern region, it will give it up obediently." But, the officer was still a little hesitant. "Although we will take back the territory in the end, the people living in the northern region will be robbed several times." General Nathan took a deep breath, waved his hand firmly and said, "So what? The people should understand the difficulties of the country. Let the people suffer, and I will bear the blame. It's settled. All battalion commanders and company commanders, prepare to march immediately. We will march to Ajaccio tomorrow." "Yes." Seeing this, the officer who proposed it had to follow the others and answer. As General Nathan's order was issued, everyone present also understood that the dark cloud of civil war has now shrouded Corsica. Thanks to the monthly ticket support of LP001735 Book Friend. Chapter 128 People's hearts are unsettled. Hey, have you heard about that? Of course, keep your voice down. I heard that General Nathan is very unhappy about this. I didn't expect General Paoli to resign on her own initiative. While the officers in the banquet hall were discussing the dispatch of troops, the soldiers of the Northern Corps were also frantically spreading the news they had just received. However, for these ordinary soldiers, their information channels were limited, and the versions they learned were probably, Patrol Captain Hailed aroused public anger. Lawrence Bonaparte volunteered to defend the governor's palace. Governor Paoli resigned. The parliament urgently appointed Lawrence as the new governor. The British sailors suddenly started a massacre, and the new governor Lawrence led the troops to defend Ajaccio. Even in the eyes of many soldiers, they thought this was just a normal power transition. For Lawrence, the famous lieutenant colonel of the National Defense Force, the soldiers also regarded him as a member of the military and strongly supported him to become the new governor. "Hey, Jack, what are you looking at? Why don't you say anything?" When the soldiers of a certain company gathered together to talk about the past of Lawrence and Paoli, someone noticed that a soldier in the corner was staring at a piece of letter in a daze, which was out of tune with those soldiers who were talking loudly. Jack in the corner was stunned for a long time after hearing the greetings from others, and then he crumpled the letter in his hand into a ball and threw it out, lowering his head and whispering, "My mother was killed by the British in Ajaccio. My father was also chopped and seriously injured. I'm the only one left." Jack muttered absent-mindedly, squatted on the ground, and buried his head between his legs, sobbing softly in disbelief. "Oh my God. Jack, they will be watching you from heaven. Those British people are such beasts." Well, fortunately Governor Bonaparte has already punished the British. I heard that the British officers were slowly burned to death over a low fire, and in the end the ground was covered with human fat. Damn, it's so satisfying. Jack had tears in his eyes as he listened silently to everyone's comfort, then nodded and whispered, "Well, if it weren't for Lord Bonaparte, I would have no way to deal with those British beasts in my life. If I have the chance, I really want to thank Lord Bonaparte in person. There will definitely be a chance. The soldiers also quickly surrounded him, patted Jack on the shoulder and comforted him. At this moment, the company commander of the soldiers rushed back from the banquet hall. He walked into the barracks with a greasy face, frowned at the soldiers gathered together and shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? So noisy. Listen up, everyone, start packing your personal belongings immediately. We are going to march tomorrow." "March? Company commander, where are we going?" The soldiers couldn't help but ask in confusion after hearing this inexplicable order. The company commander nonchalantly picked at the shredded meat between his teeth, thinking that they would set out tomorrow anyway, so he said directly, "Of course, we are going to fight against the usurper Laurence Bonaparte." "What?" The soldiers could not help but exclaimed after hearing this, and after looking at each other for a while, they said in succession, "But Lord Bonaparte is the governor appointed by the parliament. Aren't we? Treason?" "That's right, and if we leave here, who will resist the Genoese in the north?" "Oh my god, I have fought Genoese all my life. Do you want me to shoot at my Corsican compatriots now?" Listening to the soldiers' endless questions, the company commander finally couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Shut up. This is General Nathan's order. You just have to execute it. The whole army will set out tomorrow morning, and anyone who delays the opportunity will be dealt with according to military regulations." After that, the company commander glared at the soldiers fiercely again, and then left the barracks without looking back. The soldiers stared at the captain's back as he slowly disappeared, exchanged glances, and whispered, "How could this happen? What does General Nathan think? Actually, I feel that General Nathan wants to usurp the throne." "That's right. Lord Bonaparte is a close confidant of General Pauly. How could he usurp the throne? The position of governor will be his sooner or later. Well, this is an order after all. Let's pack up." When the company commanders and battalion commanders informed their subordinates of the plan to attack Ajaccio, such conversations were happening everywhere in the Northern Army. Although General Nathan also learned from his subordinates what the soldiers thought of his actions, he didn't care about it. Humph, let those people talk about it. Anyway, I have 2,000 people against Laurence's 1,000. I have the advantage. When I become the new governor, they will shut up. General Nathan only responded indifferently after receiving the report of unstable military morale, and then continued to imagine how he would be worshipped by everyone after he entered the governor's mansion. Meanwhile, in the governor's palace of Ajaccio, "Have you all finished reading this letter?" Laurence picked up a piece of letter paper on the desk and asked the people in front of him. At this moment, all of Laurence's confidants gathered in the study, including Old Scene, Jan, and Grosso from the patrol team, Major Trefali and Lieutenant Set in the army, Laurence's brother Carlo Bonaparte, and Anna, who had just been appointed as a secretary by Laurence. These people were also rare people who knew Laurence's complete plan. They all looked at the letter in Laurence's hand with a serious expression at this time, and nodded in unison to indicate that they had finished reading it. As you can see, this is from the Duke of Choiseul of France. Laurence put the letter paper aside, held his chin, and said in a deep voice, "We are going very smoothly in seizing the Corsica regime, so the next step is to pacify the entire Corsica island." A correct version at 1619 book bar. Everyone nodded in understanding. They also knew that the only unstable factor on Corsica now was the Northern Corps, which held most of the military power, and its commander, General Nathan. Laurence continued, "On April 1st, I wrote to the Duke of Choiseul in the name of the Corsican government, asking him to begin to fulfill the contract between me and him. In the contract between Laurence and the Duke of Choiseul, when Laurence seized the power of Corsica, the Duke of Choiseul would respond to the invitation of the Corsican government and send troops. One force would press on Genoa to force Genoa to withdraw from Corsica, and the other force would be stationed in Corsica to help Laurence pacify the entire island." But in the reply letter, Duke Choiseul estimated that the earliest the French army would arrive in Corsica would be a week later. Laurence's face was also extremely solemn. He looked around at everyone and said, "And General Nathan should be able to learn the news from Ajaccio today, which means." Major Cui Farley frowned and continued, "Based on my understanding of General Nathan, he will definitely not be indecisive about this news. If I'm not mistaken, the Northern Army is likely to start acting now. The French army will definitely not be able to make it in time, which means we have to fight the Northern Army alone. The atmosphere in the study became even more solemn. This was not only a civil war that concerned the fate of everyone present, but also a battle with a huge disparity in power. How about we voluntarily withdraw from Ajaccio? Seeing that everyone was silent, Major Cui Fally took the initiative to propose, there is a lot of room for strategic transfer in the south of Corsica. We just need to retain our own strength, avoid fighting, and delay until the French army arrives. Lieutenant Set nodded and added thoughtfully, yes, the strategic depth of the southern region is enough for us to fight with the Northern Corps. I'm afraid that won't work. Carlo Bonaparte shook his head hesitantly and said, Ajaccio, especially the governor's palace, is an important source of legitimacy for Lawrence's identity as governor. Once we give up Ajaccio, at least in terms of legal principles and public opinion, it will be difficult to prevent General Nathan from declaring himself the new governor. Grosso also nodded in agreement with Carlo's point of view, and sighed. Besides, Ajaccio is the only slightly richer place in Corsica. If we give it to that General Nathan, he will capture thousands of strong men in Ajaccio, and the gap in strength between us and him will only get bigger. Even Anna, who was hiding timidly behind Lawrence, said carefully, also, the people of Ajaccio have finally settled down. If they are occupied by that general, I think the people will be very sad. Major Cui Ferry couldn't help smacking his lips and said, but if we fight the Northern Legion head on, let alone my resistance to civil war as a soldier, what are our chances of winning even if we fight? After another debate, everyone still couldn't reach a unified result, so they had to focus their attention on Lawrence, who was listening silently. Everyone knows that in the whole of Ajaccio, he is the only one who can make the final decision. Thanks to the monthly tickets of book friends, a legendary pigeon, not in love with vanity, one city only mine, Blue God War Dance, occasional Jianghu, Luo Chupin slave and the reward support of book friend, a legendary pigeon. Thank you very much ORZ. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129 Coercion. Lawrence tapped the table twice with his index finger, signaling everyone to be quiet. Although his subordinates had different opinions, Lawrence also knew that both sides were loyal to the interests of Corsica and proposed the best solution from their own perspective. There was no right or wrong. Lawrence first nodded in tacit agreement to each speaker, indicating that their opinions were desirable, and then said in a deep voice, everyone, I think this battle is unavoidable. The affairs of the Corsicans must be resolved by the Corsicans themselves. There will always be variables when you put your hopes on the French. Lawrence's meaning was already very clear. It was not appropriate to abandon Ajaccio for a strategic shift, because it was equivalent to giving the initiative completely to the French. Once something went wrong with the French, it would be even more difficult for Lawrence and his faction, who had lost Ajaccio, to confront General Nathan. Major Trefali listened silently. Although Lawrence's decision was contrary to his idea, as a qualified soldier, he immediately accepted the decision of his superiors and began to think about the plan of a head-on battle with the Northern Corps. Governor Bonaparte, in this case, I think we can replicate the Battle of Bonifacio and use sniper tactics again. Major Trifoli looked up at Lawrence and said, but his tone was not very firm, with a bit of hesitation. Lawrence and Major Trifoli looked at each other, nodded slightly, and then shook his head and said, use this tactic as a last resort, and prepare other plans first. The reason why both of them were so hesitant to use sniper tactics was that this tactic required a large-scale sniping of the enemy's grassroots officers. If they were facing the 3,000 Sardinian troops, Lawrence and Major Trifoli would certainly have no concerns. But this is a civil war after all, and if the sniper tactics are used, a large number of grassroots officers of the Corsican army will inevitably be killed. In this way, even if Lawrence wins this civil war, he will take over an army with a lack of successors and a command fault. Now that he has sat in the position of governor, Lawrence must consider the interests of all Corsica. Of course, if it is a last resort, when Lawrence has no choice, he will not hesitate to kill to win, even if it means destroying the entire Northern Legion. The rest of the people present listened patiently and seriously to the plan of Lawrence, Major Trifoli and Lieutenant Set. Since they decided to fight the enemy head-on, the next major task would undoubtedly be handed over to the military. But if we don't use those precision shooters? Major Trifoli sighed slightly, rubbed his mouth, and took a breath of cold air and said, in a conventional battle with the Northern Legion, we are completely at a disadvantage. We only have the Ajaccio garrison, the Southern Legion that arrived yesterday, and the Special Battalion that suffered heavy casualties in the last battle. The total strength is only over 1,000. That's true, but... Lawrence nodded, but his brows were furrowed as he thought about something. After a long while, he spoke, we still have a huge advantage. A huge advantage? You mean? Major Trifoli also thought for a moment, and quickly understood what Lawrence was talking about. Lawrence looked around, and saw that the others were still puzzled, so he explained, no matter how future generations will evaluate my act of seizing power, at this moment, in the eyes of ordinary people and soldiers, this is just a normal transfer of power. I see. Carlo also reacted, clapped his hands excitedly and said, in other words, although General Nathan will come to attack you on the grounds that you usurped power, in the eyes of everyone, he is the usurper. But this is not enough. Although this is a blow to the enemy's morale, it is not enough to make up for the gap in our military strength. Major Cui Farley carefully considered Lawrence's words, and then added somewhat frustratedly, of course this is not enough, but if we add one more actor, it will be enough. A gleam flashed in Lawrence's eyes. He had already decided on the battle plan in his mind and said slowly, everyone, thank you for your advice. You can leave. Also, guards, bring Pasquale Paoli to see me. Pasquale Paoli? After hearing the second half of Lawrence's order, everyone present looked at each other in sudden enlightenment, and probably guessed what Lawrence was going to do. You seem to look better than before, Mr. Paoli. Lawrence sat behind the desk, watching the guards escorting Paoli into the study, and said to him with a smile. Paula's face was indeed a little rosier than before, and in response to Lawrence's greeting, he just waved his hand expressionlessly and said casually, I've thrown the burden of Corsica to you, and life will naturally be much easier. What? Governor Bonaparte has time to chat with me, an ordinary citizen, today. Lawrence chuckled and shook his head, corrected Paula's words and said, you are not an ordinary citizen, you have a big title on your head. Paulie was stunned for a moment, then reacted, laughed twice and said self-deprecatingly, oh, I almost forgot, I'm still the General of Corsica now. In the Republic of Corsica, the highest military power and the highest political power are held by the two titles of General of Corsica and Governor of Corsica respectively. However, these two titles were previously held by Paulie alone, and few people specifically distinguished them, but Paulie was called differently on different occasions. However, in the coup on April 1st, Paulie only resigned from the post of Governor of Corsica, and the nominal highest military power was still in the hands of him, the General of Corsica. Haha, so you came to me to ask for this title? Paulie looked at Lawrence nonchalantly. He would spend the rest of his life under house arrest anyway. He could not even receive visitors without Lawrence's permission. It was completely useless to keep this title, so he said directly, okay, you have prepared the documents, I will just sign them. No, you misunderstood me. A correct version in 1619 book 1 bar. Lawrence smiled and shook his head. Although Lawrence would take this title back from Paulie later, at this moment, it would be beneficial for Paulie to keep this title. Well, Lawrence, what do you want to do? You can't come to me, an elder, to ask for life experience, right? Paulie was stunned for a moment, and said with a grin. Lawrence also ended the polite conversation with Paulie, and said in a deep voice, I'm afraid your loyal subordinate, General Nathan, will not be quiet, after receiving the news from Ajaccio. The smile on Paula's face gradually faded, and he looked at Lawrence seriously, but did not speak. I need your help in the battle against the Northern Army. Lawrence saw that Paulie didn't say anything, so he directly stated his request. Paulie turned his head and sighed, then looked at Lawrence with a bit of contempt and said, Governor Bonaparte, are you asking for my help? then you have to show some sincerity, and General Nathan's entry into Ajaccio is great news for me. Why should I help you? Lawrence glanced at Paulie coldly and said calmly, Mr. Paulie, I believe you are a smart man. You should know better than me whether General Nathan's entry into Ajaccio is good news for you. Hearing Lawrence's reply, the contempt on Paulie's face disappeared immediately. He knew that Lawrence was right. After General Nathan entered Ajaccio, he would probably sideline him, and what was waiting for him was just another imprisonment. Paulie couldn't even tell whether the conditions for General Nathan to imprison him were better than the conditions for Lawrence to imprison him. In addition, Lawrence saw that Paulie had fallen into silence, and then said, I'm not asking you, I'm demanding you. Mr. Paulie, I will take you with me. As long as this battle fails, I will be the first to kill you. You, Lawrence, you really have no noble rules. Paulie couldn't help but scolded in a low voice. Lawrence smiled indifferently and continued to threaten, so what, if this battle fails, I will be exiled abroad and may never return to Corsica. So what will it mean to kill you then? Paulie raised his eyebrows and glared at Lawrence, but could only sigh helplessly. He knew that his life was in Lawrence's hands. He mentioned General Nathan just now, just to test Lawrence to see if he could get some concessions, but Lawrence saw through it at a glance. In this case, as long as Paulie didn't want to end his life too early, there was only one way in front of him. Thanks to the monthly ticket support from book friends The Divine Bird Fortune Telling, Doug's Arguing of the Three Kingdoms, Loading Failed an Update, A Legendary Pigeon, and Wikes. Chapter 130 The Eve of the Expedition. 1770, the day after General Nathan sent his troops south. Just 2 days ago, on the day when General Nathan decided to march to Ajaccio, he immediately sent people to Ajaccio to build public opinion. On the one hand, these people spread rumors about Lawrence everywhere in Ajaccio, and on the other hand, they directly asked Lawrence to surrender and release Paulie in the name of the Northern Corps. Although Lawrence had quickly sent people to take them all down, the rumors they spread and their actions of asking to see Lawrence still caused a lot of discussion. Sir, this is your arrangement for today. Please take a look. In Lawrence's study, Anna still knocked on the door nervously and said, putting the schedule on the table. After Lawrence entered the governor's mansion, he directly appointed his maid Anna as a secretary. For this kind of work that requires access to a lot of confidential information, it is still necessary to hand it over to the most trusted person. Lawrence's appointment also caused a lot of discussion in the governor's office at that time. Since women in this era were generally poorly educated, it was the first time in so many years that the staff in the office saw a female governor's secretary. Lawrence nodded and picked up the schedule and glanced at it casually. Since the situation in Corsica had not yet been settled, the schedule was almost blank, so he casually said, how is your recent work, Anna? Anna lowered her head shyly. When she learned that she was appointed as a secretary, she was completely unbelievable and not even prepared for it. Until now, she was still wearing the maid outfit she usually wore at home. However, in Lawrence's aesthetics, Anna's maid outfit was much better looking than the formal secretary dress, so he didn't ask her to change it. There are still many things I'm not familiar with, but I'm learning. Anna secretly glanced at Lawrence and whispered. Lawrence nodded in approval. For this kind of low-tech, but very important position, loyalty is the first factor he values, and ability can be cultivated later. By the way, is there any news or rumors in the city these days? Lawrence handed the agenda back to Anna and asked casually. Anna was still responsible for collecting and organizing intelligence after serving as a secretary, and Lawrence paid more attention to these first-hand intelligence from the people after entering the governor's mansion. Anna opened her mouth slightly and thought for a while, then said, the latest is those rumors about you. What are the rumors? Lawrence smiled and shook his head and asked. Anna looked at Lawrence hesitantly, and it seemed that Lawrence really didn't care before saying, there are many versions, but the main content is that General Nathan received a secret order from Governor Paoli to come to attack you. They said you are a usurper, and these rumors should have spread throughout Ajaccio. Lawrence listened thoughtfully, knowing that this should be the work of those people sent by General Nathan, and his behavior of leading troops to break into the parliament was also seen by many guests at the time, so the rumors spread so quickly. Anna saw Lawrence frowning and thinking, and wanted to do something to share Lawrence's burden, so she took the initiative to say, "Do you need me to control these remarks?" The party hired by Lawrence could not only provide Anna with intelligence from various industries, but also spread the news quickly through them. Lawrence still closed his eyes and thought about something. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and said with a smile, "No, Anna, you don't have to control these remarks. On the contrary, I want you to send people to spread these rumors actively." "Spread actively?" Anna frowned slightly. Her expression was very puzzled. That's right, especially the part where General Nathan was ordered by Paulie. It must be spread more realistically than the truth. This although Anna still didn't understand. She bowed and said to Lawrence's order, "I understand, sir. I will contact the leader of the party right away. In addition, Major Triffery wants to see you. Is it okay now? Let him in." Lawrence looked at Anna, who was becoming more and more skilled, and nodded in approval. About a quarter of an hour later, Major Triffery sat in front of Lawrence. "We have received news from our sentry, stationed in the north," Major Triffery said directly, after taking his seat. "Based on the whereabouts of the Northern Legion, they should be able to reach the outskirts of Ajaccio the day after tomorrow afternoon." "The day after tomorrow, which is April 8th, is it? The speed is quite slow, to be honest." Lawrence nodded. The marching speed of the Northern Legion was much slower than he expected. Under normal circumstances, it would only take 2 days to travel from Ajaccio to the Legion's base. Major Triffery agreed and said, "Yes, from our scouts' reports, they took all the belongings of the entire Northern Legion with them, so they slowed down their march." "They took all the supplies with them? It seems that they don't want to leave them to the Genoese." Lawrence smiled and said with understanding. In Lawrence's opinion, General Nathan still wanted to keep all the supplies at this time, which was a sign of underestimating the enemy. It was undoubtedly good news for our side. "In this case, we also need to mobilize immediately." A correct version of the book in 1619. "Yes," Major Triffery said in deep agreement. Although his own troops were not many, they still needed to prepare in advance to mobilize. "Oh, by the way, there is another detail about the Northern Legion." Major Triffery suddenly remembered something and said to Lawrence casually, "Details? What details?" Lawrence frowned and asked. Although he was only an apprentice in war, Lawrence already knew that every detail in the use of troops and fighting could determine the final victory or defeat. According to the scouts' observations, each soldier of the Northern Legion has a piece of red cloth tied on his shoulder. Major Triffery touched his chin and analyzed. "This should be used for identification of friend or foe. Is that so?" Lawrence nodded in understanding. The uniforms of the Northern Legion soldiers and our own soldiers were the same style. It was indeed difficult to distinguish between friend and foe after the battle entered a white-hot stage. After knowing this in advance, Lawrence also quickly reacted. He could do a lot of work in identifying friend or foe. Lawrence looked up and exchanged a glance with Major Triffery. It was obvious that both sides had thought of this. "The scout has returned to Ajaccio, right?" Lawrence asked in a deep voice. "Major, send someone to take him to the market or cotton workshop to buy and cut cloth of the same color. The quantity does not need to be too much, just enough to wear a company of soldiers." "I understand." Major Triffery nodded in understanding, and at the same time he began to look forward to what kind of expression General Nathan would have when he found that there was an extra unit of his own on the battlefield. Thanks to bookfriend 20210960900371000 and other _nickname_ for their monthly ticket support. Chapter 131, Self-Defeating Rumors. Ah, what a fine sunny day. I can already imagine myself bathing in the sun and being worshipped by the citizens of Ajaccio. At noon on April 8, 1770, the Northern Army led by General Nathan was less than 20 kilometers away from Ajaccio. Riding on horseback, General Nathan squinted at the looming Ajaccio in the distance and could not help but sigh to the officers around him that this central city of Corsica would soon fall into his hands. General Nathan, I still need to remind you." An officer next to General Nathan whispered nervously. "The soldiers are quite dissatisfied with our actions. Should we station in the suburbs first and stabilize the morale before launching an attack?" "Quite dissatisfied? Didn't I ask you to tell them?" After being interrupted by these discouraging words, General Nathan stared at the officer unhappily and said, "I received an order from General Pauly to march into Ajaccio." "Yes, but," the officer lowered his voice and said, "many soldiers are skeptical about this and don't completely believe it." General Nathan waved his hand impatiently and said, "After I break into the governor's palace and rescue General Pauly, this will naturally be true. Now, notify the entire army to rest on the spot for half an hour, then leave a company of soldiers to guard the supplies, and the rest of the troops will continue to march towards Ajaccio." Oh, I didn't expect I could still wear this clothes. At the same time, in the governor's mansion, Pauly skillfully put on his general's uniform and pinned his iconic golden medal on his chest. Pauly at this moment looked no different from the powerful Corsican general a month ago. Lawrence glanced at Pauly and said casually, "You can keep the clothes as a souvenir, General Pauly." "Forget it." Pauly waved his hand helplessly and said with a wry smile, "This clothes will only remind me that I'm just a puppet now." Standing behind Lawrence and Pauly was Captain Matic, the captain of the cuirassiers. After Lawrence successfully threatened Pauly to assist him, the captain, who was completely loyal to Pauly, naturally accepted Lawrence's command again, which saved Lawrence some energy to communicate with him again. When Captain Matic saw Pauly finished dressing, he stepped forward and handed the reins of the two horses to Lawrence and Pauly and said, "General Pauly, Governor Bonaparte, and Major Treferi have assembled the soldiers at the Ajaccio garrison. Should we go directly to the garrison?" Pauly subconsciously opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly realized that it was no longer himself who dominated Ajaccio, but the young man next to him, so he smiled bitterly, turned his head in silence, and looked at Lawrence. Lawrence took the reins, stepped on the stirrups, and climbed onto the horse. He looked down at Captain Matic and ordered, "No, Captain, gather your cuirassiers, and follow me and General Pauly. Let's go around the city first." Alas, I heard that there will be another war. Yes, General Nathan's troops are expected to arrive in Ajaccio soon. But have you heard? General Nathan's attack was ordered by Governor Pauly. I also heard someone say so. Could it be that Governor Bonaparte really? Hush, 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 no one can say such things. Wait, look. What is that? Just as the citizens on the street were whispering about the recent situation in Corsica, someone suddenly shouted and pointed ahead, as if he saw something incredible. At the corner of the street ahead, accompanied by a neat and dull sound of horse hooves, a team of majestic cuirassiers slowly walked out. They strode proudly on the streets of Ajaccio with their horses. At the front of the queue, what attracted everyone's attention was undoubtedly Governor Bonaparte and General Paoli, who were marching side by side. Many citizens saw the military uniform on Paoli and remembered that the current Corsica national general was still the position of the former governor. What's going on? Didn't they say that Paoli was imprisoned by Governor Bonaparte? Yes, I also heard that Governor Bonaparte killed General Paoli, but they don't look like Governor Bonaparte usurping power at all. I said, it's completely a rumor. I think it's hard to make a conclusion now. We still have to see what the two adults are going to say. The citizens on both sides of the street whispered. They have been hearing rumors about Lawrence Bonaparte usurping the throne in their ears for the past 2 days. They almost really believe that General Nathan is here to rescue Governor Paoli. Just look at the appearance of Lawrence and Pauly, and their intimate appearance riding side by side. Lawrence seemed to treat Pauly on the same level as him. There was no gunpowder smell in the rumors. Although Lawrence and Pauly did not speak, but rode in the streets of Ajaccio, they had attracted a large number of curious and surprised citizens to follow the team, wanting to know what the two were going to do after leaving the governor's palace today. This mighty team marched in Ajaccio for more than an hour, and nearly 1,000 people had gathered behind them. Lawrence turned his head to look at the crowded streets behind him, and estimated that the number of people was almost enough, so he led the team to the patrol station, where there was a large open space that could accommodate so many citizens. In the open space outside the patrol station, the citizens quickly formed a circle under the command of the cuirassiers, staring at Lawrence and Pauly in the center. You should know what you should say, right? Lawrence asked in a low voice, glancing at Pauly slightly. Paoli nodded slightly bitterly. As an experienced politician, he already knew how to deal with such a situation. Citizens, friends, I'm the governor of the Republic of Corsica, Lawrence Bonaparte. Lawrence waved and greeted the citizens while riding on his horse. Paoli also quickly got into the state, solemnly shouting in a deep voice, I'm the National General of the Republic of Corsica, Pasquale Paoli. As soon as the two finished their self-introductions, they received a half-minute long cheer from the citizens in response. For most people, seeing that the two Corsican heroes did not fight each other as rumored, this was the best ending. After the cheers subsided, Lawrence cleared his throat and said loudly, citizens, friends, as a member of the citizens of Ajaccio, I know that you have been concerned about and discussing a series of false rumors recently. Let me think about it. What did the rumor say? After Lawrence said this, he pretended to be in deep thought, turned one ear to the citizens, and signaled them to tell the content of these rumors. Check out the error-free version on the 16:9 book forum. The citizens burst into laughter upon seeing this. Some brave citizens in the front row shouted back. They said you imprisoned General Paoli, and some said you killed General Paoli, and that General Nathan followed General Paoli's orders to attack you. Oh, God. Lawrence sighed helplessly, patted Paoli's shoulder intimately, and said, I imprisoned General Paoli? I killed General Paoli? Then who is sitting on the horse now? Don't tell me it's General Paoli's ghost. Amid another round of laughter from the citizens, Lawrence winked at Paoli, indicating that he should continue. Paoli nodded slightly, and after waiting for the laughter of the citizens to fade away, he said loudly, in addition, I heard someone say that General Nathan left his post this time and abandoned the northern defense line to attack Ajaccio because he accepted my order. This is really nonsense. After hearing Paoli's words, the citizens quickly put away their laughter and became serious. Since Paoli himself had denied General Nathan's statement, the citizens already had the answer in their hearts as to who wanted to usurp the throne. General Paoli. Some citizens who were unwilling to give up still had doubts, and asked Paoli loudly, why haven't you appeared in public for a while? As a political old fox, Paoli was able to answer this question easily and responded directly, Governor Bonaparte is still a little young. During this period, I have been assisting Governor Bonaparte in handling military affairs in the governor's mansion. When Governor Bonaparte is fully adapted to his duties, I will completely resign from all my duties and become an ordinary citizen. So that's it. The citizens nodded in sudden enlightenment and couldn't help but sigh that General Paoli really devoted himself to Corsica, and Governor Bonaparte was indeed General Paoli's most beloved successor. Lawrence glanced at Paoli calmly and couldn't help but sigh that Paoli's words were very good. He not only explained to the citizens why he disappeared for a while, but also promised Lawrence in front of everyone that he would transfer the title of general to Lawrence. Later, under the testimony of Paoli, Lawrence accused General Nathan of several crimes of usurping power, which made General Nathan's ugly face completely engraved in the hearts of the citizens. After the speech ended, the citizens quickly left the scene under the drive of the cuirassiers. Paoli on horseback exhaled and said to Lawrence casually, did you arrange this specifically to dispel these rumors about Nathan? Not just these rumors about Nathan. Lawrence smiled and said, the matter of April 1st was also resolved. April 1st. So that's how it was. Paoli frowned and looked at Lawrence and said, from today on, every Corsican will believe that you took over the power from me peacefully. Even if the people who experienced that day jump out to oppose it, I'm afraid no one will believe it. That's right, Lawrence nodded and admitted. Alas. Paoli touched his forehead, sighed deeply, and said, I feel like I have become a drama actor. Politicians are actors. Lawrence said without any reaction, it's just that you acted for yourself before, and now you act for me. Chapter 132 Who wants to shoot your governor? After finishing the speech to the citizens, Lawrence and Paoli led the cuirassiers to the Ajaccio garrison without stopping. This morning, Lawrence received a report from Major Trifoli and learned that the Northern Army was approaching Ajaccio. It was time to take the initiative to fight. Governor Bonaparte, you are here, and General Paoli. Major Trifoli had been waiting for the two of them outside the camp for a long time, but when Major Trifoli saw the general's uniform on Paoli, his face was still a little embarrassed. Paoli also noticed the strangeness on Major Trifoli's face, but waved his hand helplessly to signal him not to pay attention to himself. What's the situation now? Lawrence said, glancing at the soldiers in the camp. They had already lined up and assembled, ready to go, waiting for further orders. Major Trifle shook off the strange look on his face, led Lawrence and Paulie into a tent in the camp, pointed to the map on the table and explained, General Nathan is very familiar with the Ajaccio military district, so he is obviously heading straight here, and is currently about 20 miles away from here. Lawrence looked at the map. Most of the areas around Ajaccio are flat, and belong to plain terrain, but there are also large areas of forests, which will affect visibility to a certain extent. Do you know the enemy's formation? Lawrence asked while looking at the map. Major Trifoli nodded. As an experienced soldier, he was well aware of the pre-war reconnaissance arrangements. He gestured on the map skillfully and said, according to the scout's report, Nathan should have sent 1 or 2 companies of troops to guard the baggage, following behind the main force at a very slow speed, while the main force is marching towards here in a marching formation. So, the troops guarding the baggage should be seriously out of touch with the main force. Lawrence's eyes lit up, and he looked up at Major Trifoli and said, Major Trifoli also expected this, and pointed to a forest on the map and said, I have ambushed the troops disguised as the Northern Legion here. When Nathan's main force passes by here, we can easily defeat their troops guarding the supplies. After explaining, Major Trifoli looked at Lawrence, waiting for his final decision. Lawrence did not immediately express his opinion, but looked at the map, gesturing slightly in the air with his fingers, and after thinking for a while, he said, no, this ambushed troops should not care about their rear army. Even if they take over those supplies, it will not help our front battlefield. Don't attack the rear army? What do you mean? Major Cui Farley looked at the map in surprise and asked puzzledly. At about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the Northern Army had arrived at the outskirts of Ajaccio. The farmers and villagers living here also got the news early, and quickly packed up all their belongings, pushed flatbed carts, drove cattle and sheep, and hurriedly fled the area. In today's clear weather, the 2 armies can already see each other's formations. That Bonaparte kid is still a tough guy. He actually took the initiative to attack. Humph, I hope he can still be so tough after falling into my hands. General Nathan set up his command post on a small hill with higher terrain, and at this moment he was observing the enemy's formation with a telescope. Seeing that Lawrence did not choose to defend Ajaccio, but took the initiative to launch a field battle, General Nathan also commented with great disdain. General, should we wait for the rear army? The officer next to Nathan turned his head and looked behind him. The troops guarding the supplies had already been left behind by them, and not even a shadow could be seen, so he worriedly suggested, the distance between our 2 troops is too far, which is a bit of a hidden danger after all. After hearing this, Nathan also turned his head and looked behind him, nodding slightly to admit that what the officer said made sense. But he frowned and looked at the Ajaccio army in the distance that was actively advancing towards him. The enemy army, that was like an ant in his field of vision, was completely vulnerable to General Nathan, and he only needed to easily assign the army to run over them, and he could completely hold this small Mediterranean island in his hands. No, pass on my order. General Nathan looked at the Ajaccio army with fiery eyes, waved his hand to reject the officer's suggestion, and directly ordered, the whole army adopts a line formation and speeds up. I can't wait to push that usurper to the guillotine. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the Northern Army and the Ajaccio army had completely met on the battlefield. Both sides had already formed a line shooting formation. The soldiers also held the muskets on their backs in their hands, aiming at their compatriots dozens of meters away. Finally, this island is finally ruled by me. General Nathan, who was at the rear of the battlefield, watched the 2 armies meet, suppressed his excitement, put down the telescope in his hand, and then closed his eyes. He was waiting for the gunshot. Although he had fought on the battlefield for most of his life, General Nathan was still looking forward to the explosion of gunpowder roaring in his ears, because that meant that this one-sided battle had officially begun. He only needed to watch the enemy army disintegrate like an audience enjoying a play, and then the central city of Corsica would fall into his hands. Time passed by minute, and General Nathan still closed his eyes and waited, but he heard nothing but the whistling wind in his ears. At this time, at the forefront of the battlefield, in the 16:9 book forum, there is no wrong version. The soldiers of the Northern Legion stared at the two riders who suddenly rushed out of the enemy's formation. The two riders ignored the hundreds of gun barrels pointed at them and rode straight to the middle of the two armies. Is that Governor Bonaparte and General Pauly? The soldiers of the Northern Legion stared at Pauly on horseback in a daze. His straight general uniform was no different from the appearance he had appeared in front of the soldiers in the past. The soldiers' minds went blank. Didn't General Nathan say that he was ordered by General Pauly to rescue him? Then why did General Pauly show up with Governor Bonaparte? Exclamation mark. The officers on the front line of the Northern Army looked at Pauly with their mouths wide open. Many of them were even promoted by Pauly. Seeing Pauly appear in front of them safe and sound, their expressions were more shocked than anyone else. Damn you idiots. Put your guns down. After more than 10 seconds, some officers finally reacted. Seeing that their subordinates were still pointing their guns at the two men on horseback, they hurriedly ordered the soldiers to put their guns down, scolding them. Hey, what are you doing? These people are our enemies. However, there were also many confidants of General Nathan among the officers on the front line. When they saw the soldiers hesitantly and timidly put down their muskets, they immediately shouted in anger, "Fire! Fire! Aim at these two idiots!" Dozens of muskets were raised in unison to aim at Lawrence and Pauly, but no soldier dared to pull the trigger. The two men on horseback were the governor of Corsica and the general of the Corsica state. Even though their superiors were furious and giving orders, no soldier dared to fire the first shot. Regardless of the positions of the two men, the soldiers knew in their hearts that Lawrence was a Corsican hero who captured the Genoese general alive and defeated the Sardinian army, and Pauly was the Corsican liberator who expelled the Genoese. Even from the soldiers' emotions, no one could pull the trigger at the two men at the same time without any burden. Open fire. Lawrence's calm but somewhat stern voice rang in the soldiers' ears. He and Pauly continued to ride their horses towards the enemy's formation, facing the enemy's aim. The soldiers in the front row did not dare to stop them at all. Seeing the two men riding their horses towards their own formation, they took the initiative to make way. Lawrence rode his horse in the enemy's formation with an expressionless face, looked around at the soldiers around him and asked coldly, "Who wants to shoot your governor? Who wants to shoot your general?" Chapter 133, Pacification of Corsica. What's going on? General Nathan closed his eyes and waited for a long time, but he never heard the gunshot he had been waiting for. "General, it's bad." "Yes, yes." At this moment, an officer who rode back from the front line shouted and ran to Nathan's side. After reining in his horse, he reported palely, "It's Lawrence and Pauly. They appeared on the battlefield." "General Pauly? How is it possible?" Nathan's eyes widened immediately after hearing this, and the telescope in his hand slipped to the ground inadvertently, and even his body leaned back and almost fell off the horse. "General Nathan!" the officer exclaimed, quickly dismounted to help Nathan hold the reins, and said anxiously, "The soldiers in front have fallen into chaos. I'm afraid you must come forward to calm them down." Nathan, who was on horseback, held his forehead, gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Lawrence Bonaparte. Damn it, you are right. I must come forward." And just as General Nathan shook the reins and prepared to go to the battlefield, another messenger from the rear ran over in a hurry, gasping for breath and said, "General, a troop came from the rear. It seemed that they were transporting supplies, but for some reason they did not carry the baggage and went directly here." "What?" General Nathan frowned immediately. Those troops were guarding all the supplies of the Northern Legion. They actually abandoned the baggage and ran to the battlefield at this time. What happened? General Nathan looked behind him and saw that a company of soldiers were walking towards him quickly. Judging from the red cloth on their arms, they were definitely his own people. Damn it, what a bunch of bastards. Nathan was so angry that he couldn't help but punch the air to vent his anger, and then he rode towards the army with an unhappy face. "What are you doing? Where are the supplies you are transporting?" General Nathan shouted on horseback, scanning the soldiers with his eyes, trying to find out where their company commander was. However, General Nathan soon felt a chill on his back. None of the faces of the soldiers in front of him were familiar to him, and he had no impression of even the lieutenant with the highest rank. "You? Who are you?" Nathan, who noticed something strange, shouted in surprise, and then turned his horse's head and ran back. However, Nathan had just ridden less than 10 meters away when a loud order came from behind him. "Everyone listen, open fire." Along with the order, there was a burst of dense gunfire. General Nathan never expected that the gunshots he had been looking forward to for a whole minute would appear at this time. As the gunshots sounded, General Nathan immediately felt his eyes go black, and he lost consciousness in the next moment, and fell heavily to the ground with his horse. Lieutenant Set led the soldiers to check General Nathan's body, and couldn't help but sigh. Lord Bonaparte's prediction was indeed correct. Their front and rear armies are too far apart. The people in the front army will only regard us as the rear army, and have no defense at all. General Nathan, who fell in a pool of blood, could no longer hear Lieutenant Set's words. Even if he heard it, he would have no chance to regret it. At the same time, on the front battlefield, "Tell me, soldiers, what are you doing in Ajaccio?" Lawrence and Paulie rode on horseback, and walked through the formation of the Northern Legion unscrupulously, questioning loudly. On the silent battlefield, every enemy soldier was stunned, and no one answered Lawrence's question. Lawrence winked at Paulie, who cleared his throat and shouted, "Answer our questions, soldiers." Paulie stopped his horse, and stared at a sergeant with his sharp eyes, signaling him to answer. "Yes, General Paulie." Like many soldiers, the sergeant no longer regarded the two men as enemies. Seeing that Paulie, the highest military commander, was questioning him personally, he quickly answered. "General Nathan said that you ordered him to come to Ajaccio to rescue you." "Ridiculous. Rescue me? Why do I need to be rescued?" Paulie deliberately snorted and continued to question. The sergeant's face became even uglier. After carefully looking at Lawrence, he could only stammer and answer. "General Nathan said that Governor Bonaparte imprisoned you and is a usurper." "I'm a usurper?" "Soldiers, open your eyes and look at me and General Paulie," Lawrence shouted, patting Paulie on the shoulder and shouting, "Is this the relationship between a usurper and the usurped? I would like to ask General Nathan. He so deliberately made up this lie, and even went so far as to mobilize troops for it. What is his intention?" The soldiers looked at each other, and did not dare to look up at Lawrence and Paulie. They had suspected General Nathan of having ulterior motives before the expedition, until General Nathan said that he had received Paula's secret order, and then they believed it a little. And this pitiful trust was completely shattered after Paulie himself came forward. "Also, soldiers, what are you wearing on your arms?" Lawrence saw that everyone was silent, so he looked at the red cloth on their arms and deliberately questioned. Several soldiers answered intermittently, "This is used to distinguish us from other soldiers." Distinguish? Look at the correct version in 1619 book bar. Lawrence frowned and shouted, "What distinction do you want to make? Look up at the soldiers opposite you. Aren't they Corsicans? Aren't they warriors who shed blood for Corsica like you? Aren't they your compatriots?" The soldiers of the Northern Corps raised their heads thoughtfully under Lawrence's scolding, looking at the Ajaccio soldiers on the other side. They actually put away their weapons on their own initiative, spread their hands without any defense, and walked towards their own side. "Governor Bonaparte is right. They are the same Corsicans as us." This is the only thought in the minds of most soldiers. I don't know who started it, but the soldiers of the Northern Legion pulled off the red cloth on their shoulders and threw it directly on the ground. Then they put their muskets on their backs and ran towards their compatriots on the opposite side with cheers. The two streams of people merged together in an instant, and as Lawrence said, after these soldiers gathered together, there was no difference between them. The battlefield, which was silent just now, was suddenly filled with cheers and shouts from the bottom of the soldiers' hearts. No matter what, they didn't have to fight with their compatriots. This was what everyone wanted to see. Paulie looked at the soldiers hugging each other with some surprise, and whispered to Lawrence, "The progress is smoother than expected." Lawrence also nodded in approval and replied, "The main reason is that General Nathan didn't show up. If he did, I'm afraid some soldiers would have to shed blood to get it done." "General Nathan?" "That's right, but why didn't I see him?" Paulie asked in confusion. Lawrence blocked the glaring sunlight with his hands, looked at the small hill not far away, then smiled and shook his head and said, "He must have shed blood for these soldiers. So that's how it is." Paulie thought of the ambush company that Lawrence had arranged before setting out, and immediately reacted to what happened at the rear of the battlefield. "In this way, no one in Corsica can stop you." Paulie closed his eyes, His mood at the moment was completely mixed. After a long sigh, he said, "Maybe I should congratulate you? This is not something worth celebrating." Lawrence was silent for a moment and said, "It just changes a stage of the game from Corsica to the whole of Europe." "That's true, but I think soon all the courts in Europe will know your name." Paulie hesitated for a moment and said, "If I were 30 years younger, maybe I would follow you." Lawrence did not reply after hearing this, but turned his horse's head and walked towards the back. After walking for a while, he turned his head slightly to glance at Paulie and said lightly, "You don't need to follow, you just need to witness." Thanks to bookfriend 20200191723751 for the monthly ticket support. Chapter 134 Agricultural Tax Reform, Part 1. 1770. 1 week after Lawrence resolved the invasion of the Northern Army. As Paulie said, after removing General Nathan, the last unstable factor on Corsica, Lawrence has undoubtedly and unanimously become the leader of all Corsica. As for General Nathan, who fell in a pool of blood that day, people have already regarded him as a despicable usurper. The Corsicans and even the soldiers of the Northern Army applauded his death. After the death of General Nathan, the Northern Army, as the main force of the Corsican National Defense Force, was successfully incorporated into Lawrence's command. Of course, this process was inseparable from the assistance of Paulie's prestige. This also made Lawrence sigh that the choice of imprisoning Paulie and using him as a puppet was indeed correct. Now the situation in Corsica has finally calmed down after more than a month of fluctuations, and there are two urgent matters before Lawrence. First, the construction of Corsica. This small island country in the Mediterranean is still in a state of disrepair. The people's living standards are low, the national strength is weak, and all systems have great drawbacks waiting for reform. If Lawrence wants to make drastic reforms, then it is undoubtedly the best choice to do so, while all classes are obedient to Lawrence. The second is the abolition of the Republic in Corsica and the change to a monarchy. The Duke of Choiseul is expected to come to Corsica with the French garrisoning Corsica in the near future. At that time, there will be a series of long negotiations and countless red tape. After the negotiations, Lawrence will have to go to Versailles with the Duke of Choiseul to participate in the ceremony of Louis XV's coronation as the King of Corsica as an important role. However, for Lawrence, what worries him most is not the negotiations with the Duke of Choiseul. After all, both sides have a highly consistent willingness to negotiate. What Lawrence cares most about is the issue of improving Corsica's national strength. At this moment, in the governor's palace in Ajaccio, sitting in front of Lawrence is Corsica's Minister of Finance, Mr. Cajero. He was an official who was born as a tax collector. His ability was not strong but acceptable. In a country like Corsica with backward education, it was difficult to find a real economist. Paulie had always placed him in the position of Minister of Finance. Lawrence currently had no suitable candidate to replace him. In addition, this position did require considerable knowledge and experience, so he had to let Cajero continue to serve as Minister of Finance. So, Mr. Cajero, are you saying that Corsica's current financial situation is very bad? Lawrence frowned and poured a cup of hot tea for Cajero, and asked after handing him the cup. After Mr. Cajero knew that Lawrence was going to summon him, he had a sad face as soon as he entered the door. Before he even sat down, he began to complain to Lawrence about the difficult financial situation of Corsica. "Yes, Governor Bonaparte, I must say, it's terrible." Cajero took the teacup nervously and said to Lawrence repeatedly, "Our deficit is quite serious. The annual fiscal expenditure is about 1.3 times the fiscal revenue, which is a deficit rate of 30%. Lawrence frowned even more after hearing this. He also had some understanding of economics and knew that fiscal deficits were normal. It was abnormal for the government to have a fiscal surplus because it meant that there were idle funds that were not used. However, the nearly 30% deficit rate of the Corsican government was undoubtedly too high. What caused this? Didn't your Ministry of Finance notice it? Lawrence took a sip from the teacup and asked with a little displeasure. Seeing Lawrence's expression turned a little cold, Mr. Cajero leaned forward and explained quickly, "You know, the reason for the deficit is nothing more than too little income and too much expenditure. Your predecessor, Governor Paoli, introduced many policies when he was in office Of course, these policies are very good, such as establishing schools and building houses, but these policies have put a lot of pressure on the finances. Of course, in addition to this, there is also military spending. Lawrence listened silently, nodding in approval from time to time. The military spending mentioned by Kojiro is a big part of the fiscal expenditure. You must know that the number of Corsica's regular army is almost 1/10 of the total population, which is a very exaggerated proportion. Coupled with the years of war with the Genoese, it is no wonder that Corsica's finances are under such great pressure. Okay, Mr. Kojiro, I got it. Lawrence saw that Kojiro was still talking non-stop, so he waved his hand to interrupt him and said, but I have to say that these are necessary expenditures. It is impossible to drive the children out of school just because the government has no money, right? Of course, I understand what you mean, including the army. They have to defend their country. Kojiro nodded repeatedly with a bit of flattery to agree with Lawrence's words, thinking that Lawrence had accepted the current embarrassing financial situation. Since expenditures are difficult to cut, what about the government's revenue situation? However, Lawrence was obviously not ready to give up. As the saying goes, the economic base determines the superstructure. If Lawrence wants to make a difference, he must have a wealthy Corsica as a backing, so he continued to ask questions. When Mr. Kojiro heard this question, a few drops of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He smiled and said, the government's income is basically taxes, and the most important taxes are head taxes and agricultural taxes. After all, as you know, Corsica is essentially a big village. Lawrence nodded. Except for Ajaccio, which is a prosperous town, the rest of Corsica is basically villages and towns engaged in agricultural production. Therefore, the economic environment of Corsica is essentially a small peasant economy. In this case, the head tax directly levied on each farmer is the main source of government tax revenue. Of course, other various exorbitant taxes are not excluded. With Corsica's tax base, there shouldn't be such a serious fiscal deficit, right? Lawrence stared into Kojiro's eyes and asked directly. Kojiro's eyes wandered around, as if avoiding Lawrence's gaze. Finally, after hesitating for a while, he gritted his teeth and said, Governor Bonaparte, if I say this, I will offend many people, including several members of your parliament. A correct version of the book is available on 16:9. Tell me, now you are my man, do they dare to attack you? Lawrence glanced at Kojiro and waved his hand to signal him to continue. That's hard to say, after all, it's about money. Kojiro smiled bitterly and shook his head, but still plucked up the courage to say, as you know, the head tax is collected directly from each farmer. And for many large landowners in the countryside, they will hide the farmers under their own hands as tenants, so that the head tax will not be collected from these black households. And this part of the tax that should have been collected by the government is also converted into additional land rent into the pockets of the landlords. Lawrence looked at Kojiro expressionlessly. He already understood what Kojiro meant. The output of a farmer's hard work almost all had to be handed over, part of it as tithes to the church, part of it as taxes to the government, and part of it as land rent to the landlord. And for the landlord, as long as he hides this farmer, then the part of the tax that should have been handed over to the church and the government will go into his own pocket in the form of land rent. In this way, the landlords will become richer and richer, and will also annex and buy more land, hire, and harbor more tenants, so that the government's tax revenue will be further reduced, and this vicious cycle will continue. Finally, when the land annexation is roughly completed, the rent borne by the poor farmers will reach an astonishing price, which will lead to the emergence of a large number of vagrants without land to farm. If the country is industrialized, these vagrants can also be absorbed into the city and become the labor force of industrial production, just like Britain during the Industrial Revolution. But if the country is originally a small peasant economy, then the emergence of a large number of vagrants will undoubtedly mean the beginning of a change of dynasty. And the reason why Kojiro just said that he would offend many people is also very clear. If you want to start with this situation, then it is almost touching the cake of the entire landlord class. In the face of such financial interests, even fathers, sons, and brothers will turn against each other. Governor Bonaparte, you understand, it's not that the Ministry of Finance is not doing anything, it's really Kojiro shook his head with a bitter look on his face and sighed repeatedly. Mr. Kojiro. Lawrence ignored Kojiro's complaints, stared into his eyes and said coldly, but I need a Ministry of Finance that can do something. Thanks to the book friend Yulakan Kantao for the monthly ticket support. Chapter 135 Agricultural Tax Reform, Part 2. What did you say? Kojiro was stunned, his helpless eyes wandering around, and after a long while he returned to Lawrence's face and said in shock, of course we want to do something, but you know, this is not an economic issue, it's more of a political issue, those landlords, their congressmen, and the land in the countryside. Mr. Kojiro gestured incoherently for a long time, until Lawrence's expression showed a hint of impatience. He quickly organized his words and said, but those landlords can't agree to it, they are an important class in Corsica. After that, Mr. Kojiro looked at Lawrence's face again, and added nervously, to tell you the truth, I noticed this problem 10 years ago, when I was a tax collector. I also mentioned it to Governor Pauly, but he was very afraid of the power of these landlords, so this issue was left unresolved. Lawrence looked at Kojiro's panic, and knew that what he said was indeed right. For these landlords who controlled a large amount of land, wealth, and even a large amount of manpower, it was definitely not possible to make them accept reform with just a piece of official document. Pauly was indeed very afraid of these landlords. In order to win them over, he deliberately stuffed a lot of landlords into the parliament. Basically, except for the 4 members of Ajaccio and Carlo Bonaparte, the other 4 members represented the interests of the landlord class. I hope you can notice one thing, Mr. Kojiro. Lawrence tapped the table lightly with his index finger, shook his head slowly and said, I'm different from Pauly. Just because he compromised with the landlords does not mean that I will compromise. Although these words were plain, and without any emotional fluctuations, the tone was full of undeniable, which made Kojiro tremble slightly, and gave up the idea of persuading Lawrence. Of course. Mr. Kojiro swallowed his saliva, put away the panic on his face, and said with his head down, you are the governor, and your words are the law, but what are you going to do? Lawrence held his chin with both hands, closed his eyes and thought for a moment, then said in a deep voice, I need the Ministry of Finance to carry out a thorough agricultural reform and tax reform. Mr. Kojiro looked at Lawrence uneasily and held back the words of dissuasion that were about to come out of his mouth, sighed slightly and asked, what is it going to be? For such a major reform, of course, Lawrence himself would not compile the decrees one by one. He only needed to inform the Ministry of Finance of his policies, and the specific details would be compiled by the officials of the Ministry of Finance, and finally reviewed by Lawrence after the summary. Lawrence glanced at Kojiro, who took out the memorandum to record, but was not in a hurry to say his policies, because Lawrence knew very well that every word he said now would have a profound impact on all of Corsica and the people of Corsica, and he must be cautious in what he said and did. After another round of deep thinking, Lawrence slowly said, this reform only needs to clarify 2 issues, how to collect taxes, and who owns the land. Mr. Kojiro was stunned, and the feather pen in his hand drew in the air, but he didn't know how to record it in the memorandum, and couldn't help asking, how to collect taxes? Who owns the land? What does this mean? Lawrence pointed to Kojiro's memorandum, indicating that he should write it down, and then said in a deep voice, in terms of taxation, I decided to abolish the head tax and levy land tax instead. As for the land issue, I want to take the land back from the landlords. This. Kojiro stared at Lawrence with wide eyes. If Lawrence could understand the first half of Lawrence's sentence, it was aimed at the landlord's behavior of harboring farmers, and it also reduced the burden on those farmers who had no land or little land. But Lawrence's second half of the sentence was completely beyond Kojiro's cognition. Land is the most important property of the landlords, and it is not something Lawrence can take back by just talking here. Not to mention that Lawrence was only the governor of Corsica. Even if he was a king or an emperor, if he wanted to deprive these landlords of their land, he would probably provoke their direct resistance, and even a rebellion that would affect the entire territory. Governor Bonaparte. Kojiro wrote down Lawrence's words with trembling hands, swallowed his saliva and asked, how are you going to take the land back? I know you have a gun, but this is too violent. Lawrence looked at Kojiro, who was sweating profusely. He guessed that the Minister of Finance thought that he was going to use force to take back the land, so he chuckled and shook his head and said, "These landlords are also Corsican citizens. Naturally, I will not deprive them of their property out of thin air. Of course, I will buy back their land with money." Cogero couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after hearing this, secretly feeling that it was fortunate that Governor Bonaparte was not so radical. In fact, Lawrence had also considered using the army to force the landlords to hand over the land, but combined with Corsica's national conditions and the current era, he gave up such radical means. Although Cogero breathed a sigh of relief, he immediately became puzzled. After taking a breath, he looked at Lawrence and said, "You want to spend money to buy back the land? Excuse me, even if you take out all the money in the treasury to buy land, I'm afraid you can't even buy the suburbs of Ajaccio. Don't worry about the money. Someone will send it to us." A correct version of the book in 1619. Lawrence shook his head and said he already had a plan in mind on how to raise such a huge amount of money. Send? You mean the French? As a senior official of the Corsican government, Cogero also knew that the Republic of Corsica would soon recognize Louis XV as the King of Corsica, but he still said worriedly, "It is impossible for the French government to give Corsica such a large financial subsidy. Are you really sure?" Facing Cogero's questioning, Lawrence just waved his hand and said, "Who told you that the French government sent us money? Not the French government." Cogero became confused and had no idea which other forces could come up with such a large amount of funds to hand over to the Corsicans. Just as Cogero was puzzled, the door of the study was gently pushed open and Anna walked in slowly. After bowing slightly to Lawrence, she said, "I'm sorry to bother you, sir, but the Duke of Choiseul and the French fleet will soon arrive in Ajaccio. Do you need to prepare to greet them in advance?" Lawrence nodded and then stood up at the same time as Mr. Cogero. The two shook hands to indicate that this meeting was temporarily over. Holding Cogero's right hand, Lawrence whispered to him, "The land issue can be put on hold for now, but I hope the Ministry of Finance can give me the draft of the tax reform as soon as possible." After hearing this, Mr. Cogero nodded seriously and agreed. Although Lawrence used the word hope, his words undoubtedly gave him a death order. After walking out of the governor's mansion, Cogero suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. He just had a suffocating feeling when communicating with the tough Governor Bonaparte. It's just that Cogero, who was walking halfway, couldn't help but take out his memorandum and read it twice, then turned his head to look at the governor's mansion behind him, and said to himself, if this reform can really succeed, Corsica will at least not be as poor as it is now. Thanks to the monthly ticket support of Silbook Friend. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, A Visit from the Duke of Choiseul. The boundless sea always makes people feel at ease, right, Major? In the Mediterranean, a fleet flying the Iris flag was sailing steadily towards Ajaccio. On the fleet's flagship, a tall three-masted sailing ship, Duke Choiseul was looking at the blue sea with interest and sighed to a major officer beside him. For Duke Choiseul, who has lived in the Palace of Versailles for many years, such an opportunity to go to sea is indeed rare. The major officer nodded meticulously, looking at the hazy outline of Ajaccio in the distance, and said casually, "Your Excellency the Duke, we are about to arrive at that small fishing port." The officer's tone did not hide his contempt for the backward Corsica, and was also mixed with a bit of disgust, because he would stay in this barbaric land for a long time as the commander of the French garrison in Corsica. A small fishing port, haha. The Duke of Choiseul heard the complaint of the major officer, waved his hand, and said with a smile, "If Ajaccio is handed over to the British, it won't be a small fishing port in a short time." "Yes, I understand," the officer said seriously, knowing that the Duke of Choiseul was advising him to accept this responsibility well. After all, Corsica is a strategic location with a very important geographical location for France. But speaking of the British, the Duke of Choiseul's expression became more solemn, looking in the direction of Ajaccio and said, "That Bonaparte has made quite a stir. No wonder the English envoy has been inviting me to dinner a few days ago. It seems that he wants to test France's attitude towards Corsica. The major officer also learned about Napoleon Bonaparte's treatment of the British in Ajaccio before. Whether it was the burning of British warships or the execution of surrendered officers, the officer was very shocked. However, as a Frenchman, especially a French soldier, the officer still secretly appreciated Napoleon's behavior. After all, it was a good thing to see the British being humiliated. This also made the major officer have a good impression of the Governor Bonaparte, whom he had not met yet. So how do you express your opinion? The officer asked following the words of the Duke of Choiseul. The Duke of Choiseul snorted indifferently, as if he remembered the face of the British envoy, and waved his hand and said, I told him directly that, if he wants to sit at the negotiation table with that Bonaparte, I will welcome it very much. But if the British army wants to land in Corsica, then wait for an exchange of fire with the French army. The major looked at the Duke of Choiseul with deep concern. Almost every French officer knew that the Minister of the Army was an active advocate of war, and he would not compromise with the British. The British should have considered this point, so they did not directly launch a retaliatory attack on Corsica, but first let the envoy to France test the French attitude towards Corsica. Although Britain was not afraid of another 7 years war with France at this time, the game between major powers was not a game of house after all. If there was no direct interest drive, the British were unwilling to fall into the quagmire of war again. By the way, Duke Choiseul suddenly narrowed his eyes, looked in the direction of Corsica, licked his lips and said, Napoleon Bonaparte probably calculated that France would become a solid backing for Corsica, so he dared to attack the British. That means he used us. The officer frowned and said, it's okay, it's okay. Duke Choiseul was not angry at Napoleon's little calculations, but said slowly and indifferently, the benefits he earned from France will only be spit out in the subsequent negotiations. So that's how it is. The officer nodded in agreement. Duke Choiseul helped Napoleon solve the big problem of the British, so Napoleon would definitely make concessions in the negotiations because of this. Of course, what Duke Choiseul didn't expect was that Napoleon had already prepared the content of this concession. On the afternoon of April 15th, Napoleon led the cuirassiers to wait in the port of Ajaccio, and the masts of the French fleet could be vaguely seen on the distant horizon. The welcoming ceremony on the dock was of high standard. The surrounding blocks were listed as restricted areas and decorated with Corsican flags and French Irish flags. Napoleon also personally led the patrol team to greet them. Napoleon on horseback watched the fleet on the sea slowly approaching here and joked to old Scene beside him. Now I can understand how Paul he felt when he welcomed William Pitt. Old Scene smiled awkwardly, scratched his head and said, of course you are different from Paulie. He betrayed the country and the people, but you are different. Napoleon just smiled and said nothing. If the time was fixed in 1770, I'm afraid that history books would also list him as a villain who sought power and usurped the throne and sold the country to France. However, Napoleon did not care about the evaluation of these descendants. After all, it was a matter of his death. For him, how to preserve the existence of Corsica and improve the welfare of the Corsican people is the most important thing at present. About an hour later, the French fleet finally docked at the port of Ajaccio. Duke Choiseul walked down from the deck, surrounded by his entourage, turned his head, and looked at the desolate surroundings, and couldn't help frowning. If this is the most prosperous town in Corsica, then Duke Choiseul felt that he had underestimated the poverty level in Corsica. Well, at least there is no stench here as imagined. Duke Choiseul shrugged and comforted himself. Check out the correct version in 1619 book bar. It's an honor to see you again, Your Excellency the Duke. Napoleon showed an impeccable smile, turned over and jumped off the horse's back, walked up and bowed slightly. Duke Choiseul squinted his eyes and looked at Napoleon, bowed to Napoleon in return with equal courtesy, and said with a smile, I almost forgot that I have to call you Governor Bonaparte now, right? Napoleon smiled and spread his hands. As early as 2 weeks ago after the coup, he wrote a letter to inform Duke Choiseul about the current situation in Corsica. After a round of greetings and courtesies, the Duke of Choiseul waved to the major officer behind him, motioning him to come forward, and then introduced him to Lawrence. This is, or should I say, the commander of the French garrison in Corsica, Jean-Marty Philibert Serrurier. The officer stepped forward to salute Lawrence, and said in fluent Italian, "Governor Bonaparte, you can just call me Jane Serrurier or Serrurier." Serrurier. Lawrence looked at the officer in front of him in surprise. He really didn't expect to hear this name here. Jean-Marty Philibert Serrurier, one of the 26 imperial marshals of the First French Empire in history. Although Serrurier seemed very ordinary compared to the imperial marshals with great military achievements such as Berthier, Davout, and Murat, he also had some outstanding qualities, good management skills and keen political awareness. In history, Serrurier was just an ordinary captain until the revolution. After joining the revolution, he was promoted to brigadier general because he made the right choice in a series of political positions. He was promoted to imperial marshal in the process of following Napoleon. Lawrence looked down at the ribbon on Serrurier's cuffs, and the pattern on it showed that he was a major officer at this time. In Lawrence's memory, Serrurier in history was transferred to the Corsica garrison in 1770, but he was only a lieutenant at that time. In the current timeline, Serrurier came to Corsica as the major commander of the garrison. In Lawrence's view, this is not just a coincidence. It should be that Serrurier does meet the requirements of this position. At least because he speaks fluent Italian, he has an advantage over other officers. A warm welcome to you, Major Serrurier. Lawrence smiled and waited for Serrurier to finish saluting, then shook hands with him and said, "Compared to a completely unfamiliar garrison commander, Lawrence would certainly be more happy to see a historical figure he is familiar with come to Corsica, because it means that it will be much easier for him to communicate with him. Even with his understanding of these people, when Lawrence wants to control them, things will undoubtedly become easier. Thanks to a legendary pigeon for the monthly ticket and reward support. Thank you very much." Chapter 137 National Silver Company, Part 1. After saluting Lawrence, Major Serrurier tactfully retreated to the back, leaving the center position to Duke Choiseul and Lawrence. Duke Choiseul, who was standing in front of Lawrence, continued to turn his head and look around, but his eyes soon stopped at a ship in the port. The hull of the ship was full of black damage marks, and only a few areas showed the normal dark oak color. Even the 3 masts that should have stood on the deck were dismantled due to the fire, resulting in a bare deck with nothing on it. With such damage, it even seems a miracle that it can still float on the sea. TSK. This is the British warship. Duke Choiseul looked at the reasonable, which was like a large piece of coke, and shook his head with a sigh. Lawrence also focused his eyes on the reasonable, smiled and nodded. Although the reasonable was severely damaged on the surface, Grosso confirmed that the main structure was not damaged after personally checking its internal structure, so it was not particularly difficult to repair it. Of course, given Corsica's current financial situation of not making enough money, and the fact that there was no urgent need to improve the strength of the navy, Lawrence had to put the matter of repairing the reasonable on hold, and seal the warship in the port for later discussion. What a good warship. It is also a model among the 3rd level ships. Duke Choiseul shook his head, and said intentionally and unintentionally, the British will not give up, after losing such a warship and the experienced sailors on it. After hearing this, Lawrence glanced at Duke Choiseul without changing his expression, secretly feeling that the Duke was just like the first time they met, setting a trap for him right away, and giving him a show of power. Both of them knew that Lawrence's actions of burning the rational and executing the British officers were essentially a bully's way of bullying others. It was because France was backing Corsica that Lawrence made such a radical and popular decision. The Duke of Choiseul's words were undoubtedly asking for something in return from Lawrence. After all, France was willing to take most of the pressure from the British for Corsica not out of kindness. I think so too. The British are probably furious. Lawrence nodded calmly, implying that he had accepted the French's benefits and would make concessions in the subsequent negotiations. He then added, "Your Excellency, it's noisy here. Please follow me to the governor's palace. I have prepared a grand banquet for you." A satisfied look appeared on the face of Duke Choiseul, but he waved his hand and said with a smile, "Forget the banquet. compared with filling my stomach with food. Talking with an enlightened and excellent young man like Governor Bonaparte can satisfy my spirit more. Lawrence glanced at Duke Choiseul and felt that he was indeed as impatient as recorded in history. He was eager to negotiate with him just after arriving in Corsica. However, since Duke Choiseul asked so, Lawrence was also happy to accompany him. After instructing old Scene and Yarn to receive the rest of the French guests, the two got on the carriage and went to the governor's palace. After returning to the governor's mansion, since there were only Lawrence and the Duke of Choiseul in this meeting, and it was not a formal negotiation recorded by the clerk, it was held directly in Lawrence's study. After sitting down, the two did not rush to speak, but first calmly tasted the hot tea brought by Anna, and silently prepared the next confrontation strategy in their hearts. Although this was not a formal negotiation, Lawrence and the Duke of Choiseul knew very well that the subsequent tedious negotiations were just discussing some trivial issues. The real major issues would be resolved in this private meeting. Ahem. The Duke of Choiseul picked up the teacup and drank the remaining tea, then put the teacup aside, cleared his throat and said, "Governor Bonaparte, taking this opportunity, why don't we talk about the Corsican crown?" "Of course, what do you want to talk about?" Lawrence politely extended his hand to signal the Duke of Choiseul to continue. "The last time we met was at the manor of Count Marbeuf." Duke Choiseul rubbed his temple and recalled, "I remember we reached an agreement on the autonomy of Corsica, but King Louis was not satisfied with the resolution. You can understand that as a king, he certainly needs to govern the country more or less." Autonomy. Lawrence frowned and looked at Duke Choiseul. Louis XV's dissatisfaction was mostly just an excuse. In essence, Duke Choiseul wanted to take advantage of the British and Corsica's feud to force Lawrence to make concessions. Of course I can understand King Louis's idea, so what does King Louis need? Although Lawrence was asking Duke Choiseul, he had actually guessed the answer himself. The French would not have the intention to directly rule Corsica in a short period of time, as it was a piece of rotten land with backward education, language, and culture, so it was clear what the French wanted. Money. Duke Choiseul said with a smile, or it should be taxes. A certain percentage of Corsica's taxes need to be handed over to the king, to demonstrate the king's right to rule this land. Lawrence looked at Duke Choiseul silently, and sighed in his heart that he was really here to ask for money. Although Corsica was already very poor, the French gave Corsica full political autonomy anyway. To put it bluntly, it was to let the Corsicans fend for themselves. Then in this case, even if the French exploitation of the Corsican people caused any problems, they would not need to spend extra energy to govern it, because the mess would be thrown to Lawrence to clean up. I have to tell you, I was discussing the issue of taxation with the Corsican Minister of Finance just now. Lawrence looked at Duke Choiseul seriously and said, "The people of Corsica can't afford this tax burden again. Check out the correct version in 1619 book bar. Maybe, but as for the people, those farmers can save this part of the tax by living frugally for a while." Duke Choiseul ignored Lawrence's direct gaze and said indifferently, "Each Corsican eats one less loaf of bread a day, that's all. Most Corsicans eat less than one loaf of bread a day." Lawrence said in a deep voice. Duke Choiseul shrugged, but did not speak. It was obvious that he did not accept Lawrence's reason. There was a brief silence in the study, and Duke Choiseul's face stiffened a little. Seeing that the negotiations between the two sides were deadlocked, Lawrence suddenly looked up and stared at Duke Choiseul and said, "Maybe I have another plan." "Another plan?" Duke Choiseul frowned and asked. He didn't think that there was anything else on Corsica that could provide money for France except taxes. "You may know that there is a silver mine in the deep mountains southeast of Ajaccio." Lawrence stood up and took down the map of Corsica hanging on the wall, pointing to the southeast of Ajaccio, and said to Duke Choiseul. Duke Choiseul nodded with sudden realization. It seemed that Lawrence was going to use part of the income from the silver mine to replace the taxes paid, so he said with a little satisfaction, "I have heard of it, and it is a rich mine. The Kingdom of Sardinia wants to invade Corsica probably because of this." "But," Duke Choiseul said, his face showed some hesitation, and added, "I also heard that the silver mine is developing very slowly, the surrounding road facilities are very poor, and Corsica's labor force is insufficient. It is estimated that large-scale mining will take a long time." Lawrence nodded. Duke Choiseul is worthy of being the person who controls France's foreign policy. He is so clear about the situation of the silver mine in remote Corsica. You are right, but it is indeed a very cost-effective investment, Lawrence said while swiping the map with his hand. The Duke of Choiseul became interested and asked, while licking his lips, "Governor Bonaparte, what are you going to do?" Lawrence looked directly at the Duke of Choiseul. He was well prepared for this question, so he said in a deep voice, "I will use the Ajaccio silver mine to establish the Corsica National Silver Company. The Corsican government will hold 51% of the shares, and the remaining 49% will be held by the French royal family." Thanks to the book friend A Legendary Pigeon for his monthly ticket support. Chapter 138 National Silver Company, Part 2. Establish the Corsica National Silver Company? Duke Choiseul frowned at Lawrence. Although Lawrence's proposal of a 50-50 equity split instantly attracted Duke Choiseul, it was still very strange for Duke Choiseul to establish a company in a poor place like Corsica, limited by the traditional and backward production relations. There are only a few companies in Corsica. The few companies that exist are all located in Ajaccio and engaged in overseas trade. They were established in order to connect with trading partners. Although it was strange, Duke Choiseul still carefully considered Lawrence's proposal. Lawrence's request for the Corsican government to hold 51% of the shares is undoubtedly to want absolute control in order to achieve full management rights over the silver mine. Duke Choiseul didn't care about this. France only needed to get half of the profits. Participating in the development of the silver mine would require additional investment to help the Corsicans. If it was just to divide the profits, the French would only need to send a small number of auditors to the National Silver Company. Interesting. Duke of Choiseul kept stroking his chin, obviously very interested in Lawrence's proposal, but still asked with some concern, "But is it necessary to set up a company in Corsica? Given Corsica's national conditions, it is of course more economically feasible to let the farmers come to the mines to perform labor service. You won't hire special miners, right? It's not a problem of labor," Lawrence said, counting on his fingers. He still had more than 1,000 prisoners of war from Britain and the Kingdom of Sardinia under his command. Although these two countries would certainly try to negotiate with Lawrence to redeem these soldiers, as long as the negotiation process was delayed long enough, they would be able to work for Corsica for a long time. Duke Choiseul rubbed his head. He was not proficient in financial issues. After thinking for a while, he still had no answer, so he asked directly, "What are you doing?" "You just said that the silver mine is currently developing very slowly, and there are not even a few mines." Lawrence's expression became solemn. He drew a circle on the location of the silver mine on the map and said, "Including clearing forests in the mountains to open roads, building houses, transporting materials for workers, and even maintaining the garrison in the mine. This is a huge initial investment." "Yes, that's right." Duke Choiseul glanced at the map. The silver mine was indeed in the mountains. If you want to develop it, you must first improve the surrounding infrastructure, which does require a large amount of startup capital. And the Corsica government itself naturally cannot come up with such a large sum of money. So, Governor Bonaparte, you want an investment? Duke Choiseul nodded, understanding what Lawrence meant, but shook his head and rejected it. "However, I don't think the royal family will be happy to invest without even seeing a piece of ore." Lawrence smiled and nodded. He didn't want to get startup funds from the French royal family. Even if the royal family was willing to invest, the amount would not be too high, and it would change the equity structure designed by Lawrence. So Lawrence said as expected, "Of course, I can understand. After all, throwing a lot of livre silver coins in the mountains of Corsica doesn't sound very wise." "Oh, then where do you want to get investment from?" Seeing that Lawrence was confident, Duke Choiseul couldn't help but ask curiously. Lawrence looked into Duke Choiseul's eyes and said slowly, "Paris Stock Exchange." "Paris Stock Exchange?" His Duke Choiseul was stunned, but soon realized Lawrence's purpose, and why he deliberately established the Corsica National Silver Company. The Paris Stock Exchange was established in 1724. It was established by the French after they realized that the Amsterdam Stock Exchange, the world's earliest stock exchange, had greatly helped the development of the financial industry. After decades of development, the Paris Stock Exchange has become a facility with the largest daily wealth flow in Paris and even in France. At this time, Duke Choiseul finally understood Clarence's intention. Once the Corsica National Silver Company was listed and issued shares on the Paris Stock Exchange, with its shareholder background of the Corsica official government and the French royal family, plus the Ajaccio silver mine, a solid fixed asset, no one would doubt its operating stability. This would be a stock with extremely low risk. Not to mention that the Ajaccio silver mine is now in a state of disrepair and has hardly been developed, which means that the share price of the National Silver Company still has considerable room for growth, and the stock of the National Silver Company will undoubtedly become a bullish stock. The savvy investors in the Paris Stock Exchange will soon discover this. At that time, whether they are speculators seeking high profits, businessmen seeking to preserve the value of their assets, or even nobles and priests with a lot of spare money, they will join the team scrambling to buy stocks. So that's it. There are many wealthy people in Paris. As long as they get together to invest in the country's silver. Duke Choiseul nodded in sudden enlightenment and couldn't help but look at Clarence a few more times. He didn't expect that this young man would be so deeply involved in finance in addition to politics and military. However, Your Excellency, although I don't know much about Paris, there should be strict regulations and restrictions for a company to issue stocks on the Paris Stock Exchange, right? Clarence suddenly smiled and said to Duke Choiseul. Duke Choiseul frowned and nodded to indicate that it was right. After all, the Paris Stock Exchange was established only for more than 40 years, and it has adopted relatively conservative measures and attitudes towards various financial behaviors. Read the correct version in the 16-9 book forum. Clarence sighed deliberately again, shook his head helplessly and said, moreover, the National Silver Company is strictly speaking a foreign company. It was even just established verbally between the two of us. It will probably be difficult to list it on the Paris Stock Exchange. Duke Choiseul narrowed his eyes, leaned back in his chair, smiled at Clarence, and said, indeed, if we follow the process, we still need to reach an agreement with the bank first. The bank and the stock exchange have a lot of procedures to go through, which will be troublesome. So Governor Bonaparte, do you want to? Clarence also smiled, shrugged and said, rules are dead, but people are alive. For the famous Duke Choiseul, it is not a problem to exert influence on the Paris Stock Exchange, right? After all, the French royal family also holds half of the National Silver Company. The smile on the Duke of Choiseul's face became even wider. He now understood why Clarence was so generous as to give away 49% of the shares directly. If the National Silver Company wanted to operate in the French financial market, it would naturally require some extra costs. So Duke Choiseul nodded without hesitation and said, oh, the rules of the Paris Stock Exchange are indeed a bit rigid. I think there is no problem with occasional flexibility. Seeing that Duke Choiseul agreed neatly, Clarence also smiled with satisfaction, secretly feeling, if this kind of thing happened in the future, it would be a complete financial scandal. Duke Choiseul stood up and shook his clothes easily and said with a smile, it really makes me happy to talk to a young talent like you. I hope your party is not over yet. Let's go have a few glasses of brandy together. Of course. Clarence smiled at Duke Choiseul, looking at his smiling face, and couldn't help thinking secretly, I hope that His Excellency the Duke will still be able to laugh in a few months. Except for Clarence himself, no one knew that what he wanted to get from the Paris Stock Exchange was not the startup capital of the Ajaccio silver mine. Thanks to the monthly ticket support of the book Friend Rabbit Special Eagle Source. Chapter 139 Religious authority must be under public authority. 1770, the fifth day of the Duke of Choiseul's visit. With the arrival of the Duke of Choiseul and the French garrison, the situation in Corsica, both internally and externally, has become much more stable. Clarence received a report from the Northern Corps yesterday, saying that the Genoese have begun to retreat, and it seems that they are ready to completely abandon Corsica. It is estimated that this is the result of the pressure exerted by the French army on Genoa. In addition, since Genoa's mainland is almost included in the territory of the Kingdom of Sardinia, the French army's deterrence action undoubtedly also affected the Kingdom of Sardinia. the Sardinian army that Lawrence defeated in Bonifacio before, after regrouping, has been staying in southern Corsica waiting for an opportunity, and now it has withdrawn from Corsica very simply. As for the British, although the Corsican garrison led by Major Serraria has only more than 2,000 people, it has also formed a considerable deterrent, so that the British have not come directly to Corsica to trouble Lawrence during this period. It seems that they are ready to solve the problem at the negotiation table in the future. Although such a stable environment comes from the protection of the French, Lawrence also notes that this state of relying on the protection of France cannot last long, and Corsica must take advantage of the current stable environment to improve its own national strength as soon as possible. As for the negotiations between Lawrence and the Duke of Choiseul, on April 15th, the day when the Duke of Choiseul arrived, he reached an agreement with Lawrence on the matters of the National Silver Company. For him, this is undoubtedly the biggest gain of this trip to Corsica. In the eyes of the Duke of Choiseul, as long as Lawrence's financing at the Paris Stock Exchange goes smoothly, the Ajaccio silver mine will soon be on the right track, so that the benefits obtained by France will be much better than the meager taxes he originally expected. After the two sides reached an agreement on this important matter, the discussion in the next few days was the very routine and trivial process of establishing the Kingdom of Corsica. In these matters, Lawrence and the Duke of Choiseul had reached an agreement on many fundamental issues as early as in Toulon, and what they are discussing and negotiating now are mostly about etiquette and legal principles. For example, where should the ceremony of Louis XV's coronation as the King of Corsica be held, whether it is necessary to set up a symbolic Corsica palace, and in what capacity should Lawrence attend the coronation ceremony, etc. As for the issues that really involve national affairs, since the Duke of Choiseul has promised to give the Corsicans autonomy, these issues will not be dictated by the French. Governor Bonaparte, I'm very glad that we have reached an agreement on the coronation location. The coronation ceremony should be held in the Palace of Versailles or the Tuileries Palace. In the auditorium of the governor's palace, the Duke of Choiseul picked up a pen and made a few strokes on the agenda, indicating that this agenda item had been resolved, and then said, "Then the next thing to discuss is the candidate for the coronation of King Louis." Lawrence nodded. Although France is often called the Catholic filial son, in the highly ritualistic matter of the coronation crown, a representative of the church is still needed to crown it. So who is your candidate? Lawrence asked directly. Although King Louis' status dictates that a cardinal should be crowned, Duke Choiseul flipped through the documents in his hand and said, "But since it is the Corsican crown, I think it still needs to be performed by the Archbishop of Corsica." Bishop of Corsica. The figure of Bishop Ecobert immediately emerged in Lawrence's mind. He is still under house arrest in the governor's palace like other parliamentarians. Before the formal establishment of the Kingdom of Corsica, Lawrence was not prepared to lift the house arrest of the parliamentarians and Bishop Ecobert. The Bishop of Corsica is in the governor's palace. Do you need to see him? Lawrence asked Duke Choiseul. Duke Choiseul looked at the time on the pendulum clock, frowned and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it, just inform him for me. Except for the Pope, no clergyman will refuse to crown the King of France. This is a great thing for them." Duke Choiseul was right. The priests of this era were not pure and devoted to the saints. The clergy class gradually lost their theocratic status after the 30 Years' War, but their secular status was gradually improving. They were also very willing and actively involved in the country's economy and politics. For example, Bishop Ecobert served as the Speaker of the Corsican Parliament. Even when Louis XV was young, French Cardinal Fleury controlled French politics in the form of regent for nearly 20 years. For Bishop Ecobert, crowning Louis XV was a great opportunity to expose himself to the French upper class. If he wanted to get out of Corsica, a backward and poor place, this opportunity must be seized. After hearing this, Lawrence couldn't help but raise his lips slightly. Since the Duke of Choiseul was not going to communicate directly with Bishop Ecobert, he had a lot of room for maneuver. "Of course, I will make it clear to him." Lawrence smiled and nodded in response. After the negotiation with the Duke of Choiseul ended, Anna leaned close to Lawrence's ear and whispered, "Sir, the Minister of Finance, Mr. Cogero, wants to see you." "Cogero? Let him meet me in the study." When Lawrence heard that Cajero wanted to see him, he probably guessed that the tax reform draft that he asked the Ministry of Finance to compile was completed, so he said hello to the Duke of Choiseul and left first. A few minutes later, Lawrence saw Mr. Cajero in the study, who was listless and had a sallow skin. It seemed that he had not slept well in the past few days because of compiling the draft. Governor Bonaparte, good afternoon. Cajero grinned and handed Lawrence a thick document in his hand. The document also came with a page of summary, which was convenient for Lawrence to read quickly. Lawrence couldn't help but nod his head in approval. Being able to submit the draft to him in just 5 days, Mr. Cajero was quite capable. Then Lawrence picked up the summary and read it. Although the document was very thick, most of it was complicated legal clauses. Lawrence's instructions to Cajero were actually very simple, which was to abolish the head tax and replace it with a land tax, which was very similar to the well-known land tax in Eastern history. Well, not bad. A perfect version in the 16-9 book bar. Lawrence looked at the page of summary, which was full of the new tax rate and tax base calculated by Cajero, based on Corsica's national conditions, and nodded with satisfaction. Seeing Lawrence's satisfied expression, Cajero was relieved and asked tentatively, "So are you going to submit this draft to the Parliament for discussion?" "No need." Lawrence shook his head and said, "I need it to be implemented experimentally in a certain area immediately, and further revise this draft during the trial. When this draft is fully mature, it will be promoted to the whole of Corsica. In addition, I also need you to organize people to carry out land surveys and population liquidations throughout Corsica to prepare for the promotion of reforms in the future." Mr. Cajero looked at Lawrence in surprise, thinking that this Governor Bonaparte was still very rational and did not rush to implement this draft throughout Corsica. This set of continuous measures was already very meticulous. "So where are you going to implement it?" But Cajero still asked hesitantly. In his opinion, no matter which area it was implemented in, it would undoubtedly be strongly opposed by the landlords in that area. Lawrence already had an answer to this question, and he said directly, "The eastern suburbs of Ajaccio." "The eastern suburbs?" Cajero was stunned, and then quickly said, "But most of the land there is the monastery's land, and the priests don't have to pay taxes. From now on, they need to pay taxes." Lawrence said firmly, as if he was stating an established fact. But Cajero was still very worried and continued to dissuade him. "They are the church, and the church has the power not to pay taxes." "But I said, they don't have this power now." Lawrence glanced at Cajero and said, "Please remember, Mr. Cajero, we are public power, and they are ecclesiastical power. In Corsica, public power is above ecclesiastical power." Chapter 140, which is more important, the God in heaven or the kingdom on earth? Public power is superior to religious power. It took Mr. Cajero a long time to recover from Lawrence's decision. If Lawrence had said this in the Middle Ages, he would have received a sentence of excommunication from the Vatican the next morning. Although the Vatican had long lost the power of life and death at the end of the 18th century, the clergy, as a very influential class, could not be slaughtered by Lawrence like fish on a chopping board. This is why Mr. Cajero always had to dissuade Lawrence first. As the compiler of this draft, Cajero could be said to be closely tied to Lawrence's reforms. He did not want to be hostile to the clergy and landlords because of Lawrence's radical behavior. However, when Cajero saw Lawrence's undeniable expression, he had no choice but to give up the idea of persuading Lawrence and gritted his teeth to put himself and Lawrence on the same boat. "I understand, Governor." Mr. Cajero sighed and arranged skillfully. "Originally, there was a tax collection in April, but because of your succession, this tax collection can only be postponed to the beginning of May. I think we can try the new tax system in this tax collection." Lawrence nodded slightly. There is still half a month before the beginning of May, enough time for him to promote the new tax system to the priests and the landowners in the eastern suburbs of Ajaccio. "Okay, I will arrange it as soon as possible. In addition, I think the matter of measuring land and checking population that you mentioned needs to be studied in the Ministry of Finance first, and then I will report to you." After accepting that he would fully join Lawrence's reform, Mr. Cajero immediately became capable. While recording quickly on his memo, he said to Lawrence, "Do you have any other opinions?" Lawrence lowered his head and pondered for a moment. considering the loopholes in this process. If there is anything else that makes Lawrence worried, it is the administrative efficiency of the officials of the Ministry of Finance when executing his orders. Although Mr. Kojiro, as the minister, would undoubtedly obey him wholeheartedly, his subordinates would inevitably have policy distortions when executing these orders. Even when facing those landlords and priests, these grassroots tax collectors and public officials would be threatened or bribed by them, causing Lawrence's reforms to become a dead letter at the implementation level, and even become a tool for grassroots officials to make profits. Real practical reforms are not completed by clicking the mouse like in the game. Lawrence smiled bitterly to himself and then said to Kojiro, "Mr. Kojiro, please tell your subordinates that this tax collection operation will be accompanied by patrol soldiers. Please prepare them." Patrol soldiers? Kojiro reacted immediately. Which Ajaxio people don't know that the current patrol can be said to be the private armed forces of Governor Bonaparte, so Lawrence's intention of sending patrols to accompany him is naturally self-evident. Of course, I will tell them and make sure that this tax collection is foolproof. Kojiro wiped off the few drops of cold sweat on his forehead and then repeatedly assured Lawrence, and at the same time made up his mind to make sure that the tax collectors kept their hands clean after returning to the ministry. After all, in the previous 10 years of tax collection, the hands of those officials in charge of tax collection were all stained with oil and water. After Mr. Kojiro left, Lawrence first sat in the empty study and thought for a long time. It was not a whim that he suddenly took action against the priests this time, but a decision made after comprehensively considering the current situation of the two classes of priests and landlords. What's more important is that Lawrence had anticipated this result long before the Duke of Choiseul appointed Bishop Eckable to crown Louis XV today. Bishop Eckable must have been extremely eager for this coronation opportunity. In his eyes, compared with this precious opportunity, the tax reform promoted by Lawrence was undoubtedly not worth mentioning. As long as he, the Archbishop of Corsica, stood on Lawrence's side, the complaints of the other priests would not be a concern. "Anna," Lawrence shouted to his secretary, "tell the guards to bring Bishop Eckable to see me." "Oh, Governor Bonaparte." A few minutes later, Bishop Eckable sat in front of Lawrence with a smile on his face, thinking that he could finally escape from house arrest. Since he had not left the governor's palace since April 1st, he was even wearing the purple robe that symbolized his bishop's status, but the expression on his face was no longer as solemn as it was in the parliament at that time, but instead had a flattering smile. Lawrence also smiled and looked at Bishop Eckable without talking nonsense with him, and directly handed him the summary of the tax reform draft on the table. Bishop Eckable took the summary with some doubts, took out his glasses from his pocket, clipped them on his nose, and read it carefully. "Oh my god." Bishop Eckable took a deep breath and nodded repeatedly, saying, "This is really a bold reform plan. Those who can become bishops in this era may not have profound theological knowledge, but they must have good economic minds and political sense. After all, managing a diocese is actually no different from running a company. This is the same as some temples that became business groups in Lawrence's previous life." Bishop Eckable also quickly saw what the purpose of Lawrence's reform was. A correct version of the book in 16:9. But what puzzled him was, while Lawrence showed him this summary, after all, no matter how the tax system changes, it will not be collected by them, the loyal servants of God. Lawrence took the summary from Bishop Eckobert and then said with a smile, "This reform will be implemented on a trial basis in a certain area. I have decided to set this area as the eastern suburbs of Ajaccio." Eastern suburbs? Bishop Eckobert was stunned for a moment, and the smile on his face froze a little. He immediately had a bad feeling in his heart, but he maintained a smile on the surface and said, "Governor Bonaparte, most of the land there belongs to the monastery, and there are not many farmers. If you experiment there, I'm afraid you won't get any results." "Oh, why isn't there any effect?" Lawrence stared at Bishop Eckobert and asked knowingly with an unchanged smile. "There are very few fields belonging to farmers and landlords there," Bishop Eckobert said with all his strength. "As for the fields of the monastery, the harvests on them are all dedicated to God. You know, God brings us the seeds of crops, makes our crops sprout, and makes our crops harvest. Those harvests are just a pitiful return that we, as humble servants, offer to our Lord. This has been the rule for thousands of years. A tribute to God, right? That's right. Bishop Acoboya swallowed nervously and nodded. Then I want to ask you a question. Lawrence gradually restrained his smile, leaned back in his chair, and looked down at Bishop Acoboya, and said slowly, which is more important, the God in heaven or the kingdom on earth? Thanks to Stellaris and book friend 2020008301728031889 for their monthly tickets and reader. 1241697846398734336 for their award support. Thank you very much. Chapter 141 The Church's Obedience. Heaven. Earth. Bishop Eckerball looked at Lawrence blankly and became at a loss for a moment, not knowing why Lawrence suddenly asked such a difficult question. However, as an experienced old bishop, Eckerball quickly calmed down, looked at the purple robe on his body, and said to Lawrence in a deep voice, "The Heavenly Father gave us life. We are all his people. How can children not serve their fathers first? That is to say, you think the God in heaven is more important." Lawrence played with the quill in his hand and said casually, as if he didn't care, "Maybe I should send you to see God, so that you can serve our Heavenly Father in person." As soon as he said this, Bishop Eckeball's face turned pale. For this tough Governor Bonaparte, who knows if he will really do such a rebellious behavior? Although he always claims to serve God, Bishop Acoboya is not ready to give up his wealth and glory in the world. On the contrary, this old man is still thinking about how to go further and gain more power and wealth. It's just a joke. You don't have to be so nervous. Looking at Bishop Ekba's pale face, Lawrence chuckled and waved his hand and said, "But I think that the affairs of the world are no less important than those of heaven, right?" Bishop Ekba rubbed his chest and finally calmed his accelerated heartbeat. He looked at Lawrence as if he had been reborn and said with a breath, "Oh my God, what do you mean?" Lawrence looked at Bishop Ekba silently, pushed the summary to him, and said in a deep voice, "In view of Corsica's current financial situation, I need the land of each monastery to be subject to land tax." "How can this be?" Bishop Ekba exclaimed repeatedly. "You have broken the rules for thousands of years. If the Lord knew that the Corsicans were unwilling to offer him even this little offering, he would definitely punish Corsica." Lawrence narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Bishop Ekba. He did not directly point out whose table the crops produced in those fields ended up on, but sighed and pretended to be heartbroken. "Well, I have long known that you, Bishop, are a devout believer, an unswerving servant of God, and a disciple who serves my Lord wholeheartedly." Bishop Ekba listened to Lawrence's series of compliments to him. Although he did not understand what the governor wanted to do, he nodded with satisfaction. However, the second half of Lawrence's words made Bishop Ekba stunned in an instant. "I think I shouldn't use those worldly things to disturb your service to God." "That worldly thing? What are you talking about?" Bishop Ekba asked with a frown. "Oh, God, I almost forgot." Lawrence clapped his hands, showing a guilty expression, and said repeatedly, "You should also know that King Louis of France will become the King of Corsica." "I do know this, although it is a rumor," Bishop Ekba said, and his pupils shrank suddenly, as if he realized something. During this period, Lawrence also sent people to spread the news of the upcoming establishment of the Kingdom of Corsica through unofficial channels, and also secretly guided public opinion among the people, so that the people could be mentally prepared in advance. Only in this way, when Lawrence officially announced the establishment of the Kingdom of Corsica, there would not be a strong backlash from public opinion. If Paulie had also adopted this approach when negotiating with William Pitt, with his prestige and a lot of public opinion guidance, he might have won the support of most of the people. So it was not surprising that Bishop Eckerball knew about this, although he had always doubted the authenticity of the news. "The French side wants to appoint you to crown King Louis." Lawrence looked at Bishop Eckerball and sighed with regret. "But since you are devoted to sainthood, I think this secular affairs should not bother you. Let the French cardinals come." "Wait. What did you say?" Bishop Eckerball's eyes became stagnant, and he did not react to Lawrence's words for a while. When he recovered, Bishop Eckerball immediately stood up without any courtesy, grabbed Lawrence's right hand, and said excitedly, "You mean the coronation of the King of France? My God, it must be in the Palace of Versailles, the magnificent Palace of Versailles. All the dukes and counts of the French island will be present, and their wives will dress up." Oh, yes, there is also the royal band. They will play music non-stop. And I will anoint King Louis with holy oil under the gaze of everyone, and finally put the crown on his big head. Bishop Etchable spoke incoherently, already immersed in a fantasy. At this ceremony, he can meet the top celebrities in France, and even sit at the same table with those cardinals for dinner. As long as he can get a little promotion from any of them, he can leave this damn Corsica forever. Even further, what if King Louis really appreciates me? What if he says a few good words about me in the church? Bishop Ekba thought, looking down at his purple robe, and began to imagine what it would look like when it turned red. Ahem. Lawrence coughed twice mercilessly to interrupt Bishop Ekba's unrealistic fantasy, and emphasized deliberately, "You are right. That ceremony will definitely be a disgusting extravagance and waste, full of unnecessary luxurious arrangements, not to mention that you will have to stay with a group of uneducated nobles. As a ascetic believer, it is normal for you to hate such occasions." Bishop Ekba was stunned for a moment, and quickly put on a smile on his face, licked his lips and said, "Wait, Governor Bonaparte, I mean. Oh, you don't have to say it." Lawrence put on an expression of "I can understand you," stood up, shook Bishop Ekba's hand and said, "Don't worry that I won't be able to convince a French representative. Don't worry, I will help you refuse this job. Don't thank me. Oh no, that's not what I mean. I mean a perfect version at the 1619 book bar." Bishop Ekbal held Lawrence's hand tightly, his eyes wandering around helplessly, thinking quickly about how to make Lawrence agree to go to France to crown Louis XV. At this moment, Bishop Ekbal glanced at the summary of tax reform on the desk and immediately understood what Lawrence meant. Haha, Governor Bonaparte. Bishop Ekbal gently let go of Lawrence's hand, sat back in his seat, the corners of his mouth were bent to his cheeks, and he said with a smile, "In fact, I think as a servant of God, we cannot ignore the suffering of the world. After all, my Lord is loving, so how can we, as servants of my Lord, be indifferent?" Well, that makes sense. Lawrence watched Bishop Ekbal's performance and nodded. "About the taxation of monasteries that you just mentioned." Bishop Ekba took the summary on his own initiative, pretended to read it through, nodded vigorously and said, "Taxation means gathering money to create welfare for everyone. This is a typical charity. How can we believers not participate in such good deeds?" Haha. "Don't you think so?" Lawrence leaned back in his chair with his legs crossed, looked at Bishop Ekba with satisfaction, and asked, "Is this your personal opinion? Or is it the opinion of the entire Corsica church?" Bishop Ekba turned his head and immediately replied sternly, "Oh, what you said, these are all insights from the Bible, and every believer will think so. What if there are believers who don't think so?" Lawrence's face turned a little cold, and he was not satisfied with his answer. Then Bishop Alcabal had to grit his teeth, and said to Lawrence's questioning, "Then this believer must be unsteady in his faith. I will definitely expel him from the church. I can't tolerate such a person mixing with our ranks." "Okay, Bishop Alcabal." Lawrence smiled and took the summary back from him, nodded and said, "Since you are so enthusiastic about benefiting the public, then I have to trouble you to crown King Louis." "Oh, of course, I'm happy to do so." Bishop Alcabal answered repeatedly with uncontrollable excitement. "Guards, send Bishop Alcabal back to his residence." Lawrence shouted to the guards outside the door, and finally warned Bishop Alcabal, "Oh, by the way, there are still a few months before the coronation ceremony. You have to prepare well." Yes, I understand." Bishop Alcabal nodded deeply, knowing that Lawrence was saying that he could replace himself at any time during the period before the ceremony. On the way back to his residence, Bishop Ekbal had already begun to think about how to write letters to the abbots of various monasteries, asking them to cooperate with Lawrence's tax collection. As for Lawrence, before the coronation ceremony of Louis XV was completed, the church power on Corsica had completely turned to his side. Chapter 142, State Secret Police, Part 1. 1770, Ajaccio was covered with dark clouds and drizzled continuously. Although the farmers in the countryside were all happy about the spring rain that came as expected, the rain was depressing for the poor in the western part of Ajaccio. Most of the citizens living in the slums did not have a fixed job, and could only do some odd jobs and manual labor in the streets and alleys of Ajaccio to make a living. The continuous spring rain undoubtedly made them lose a day's income. The idle poor sat idly under the iron shed, listening to the sound of rain hitting the iron sheet out of boredom. Huh? What do you think that is? A poor man who was dozing off against the wall accidentally glanced at the opposite corner of the street, sat up quickly, woke up his companion and said, "A girl with a black umbrella slowly walked out of the opposite corner of the street. Although she was wrapped in a simple black robe, judging from her fair and slender fingers and the beautiful face that was faintly visible under the hood, she was even more charming than most Habsburg princesses. TSK, where did this noble lady come from? Oh, it would be great if I could replace my old wife. Damn, I'm so tired of watching her. SHHHH. Can you keep your voice down? Don't you see the people behind her?" Hearing the increasingly loud discussions of his companions, the poor man quickly signaled them to shush and pointed at the people guarding behind the girl and shouted in a low voice. Behind the girl, there were 6 patrolmen who were ready for battle. Although they did not carry muskets due to the weather, the rain would only make the swords on their waists more cold and attractive. Everyone knows that the patrolmen are the personal guards of Governor Bonaparte, and the identity of the girl who came here under the escort of the patrolmen is obvious. That must be Miss Anna. Yes, I saw her parents a few days ago. This girl has completely changed in the past 2 years. She has improved her diet and drinking. She used to be so thin that you could see her bones and her skin was dry and yellow. But why did Miss Anna return to the slums? Her parents don't live here anymore. Anna ignored the discussions of the people on the street and searched the block skillfully. Soon she stopped in front of a small shed that was inconspicuous and looked shaky. Dang dang. After reaching out and knocking twice on the rusty iron door, Anna waited patiently. After a long time, she heard a faint movement from the shed, and then a childish but strong female voice came from inside. "Who?" "It's me, Anna. Anna Celestia." Anna responded softly. The iron door was slightly opened a little, and the girl inside carefully looked at Anna outside the house, and only opened the door completely after confirming that it was her. Inside the door was a girl of the same age as Anna, wearing a tattered shirt. Moreover, her face was pale and her cheeks were sunken. She looked very weak and severely malnourished. Her thighs were not even as thick as the forearms of normal men. "It's you, Anna. Come in quickly." The girl inside the door seemed to not want to be exposed to the eyes of the neighbors. She reached out and grabbed Anna's arm and pulled her in. "No, Sister Zardia." Anna stood there, a little excited, and said with joy from the bottom of her heart, "Governor Bonaparte wants to see you." "So, you are Miss Zardia, right?" In the study of the governor's mansion, Lawrence looked at the emaciated girl brought in by Anna unexpectedly and quickly waved to her to sit down and also asked Anna to stay in the study. After all, she was familiar with Zardia. Zardia nodded expressionlessly, then shook her head and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm Zardia, but not a lady. I'm Zardia from the slums." "Oh." Lawrence looked at the girl in front of him with even more surprise. Although he rarely used his power to oppress others, he was still surprised to see Zardia still looking completely indifferent when facing the supreme commander of Corsica. Sister Zardia. Anna, who was sitting next to Zardia, quickly poked her with her elbow, fearing that her attitude would cause Lawrence's dissatisfaction. "Okay, I will just call you Zardia." Lawrence, who came from the future, did not attach importance to the rules and regulations of aristocratic etiquette, so he said nonchalantly, "Although this is the first time I have met you, I'm very satisfied with the work you have done for me in the past 2 years. As early as 2 years ago, in order to fight against ZLUO, Lawrence assigned Anna to contact the children's party she once belonged to, and Lawrence funded the regular acquisition of intelligence from this party. A perfect version in the 16-9 book forum. After ZLUO's death, Lawrence did not relax his support for the party. Instead, he increased the amount of funding for them as the party expanded. Not long ago, when Lawrence was trying to find out about William Pitt's identity, the intelligence from the party saved Lawrence a lot of trouble, including the address of the tavern where William Pitt's followers lived, which was provided by the party. And just recently, Lawrence released the news that the Kingdom of Corsica was about to be established to the outside world through this party. However, Lawrence only found out today that the leader of such a large-scale intelligence organization was actually the skinny and unconventional girl in front of him. Just doing things for money. Zydia shook her head slightly and said very briefly, not taking Lawrence's affirmation to heart. Lawrence sat on the chair and waited for a while. Seeing that Shadia had no intention of speaking, he smiled and said to himself, okay, tell me about your party. That bread club. Shadia interrupted Lawrence and said, that's its name. Bread club? I have to say it's a strange name. Lawrence said curiously. The original intention of its establishment was to allow every participant to eat bread to their heart's content. Shadia looked at Lawrence, lowered her head, and was silent for a moment, and said, with your funding, this original intention has basically been realized. In this sense, I have to thank you. Lawrence frowned and looked at Shadia's thin arms like firewood. Obviously, the full stomach that Shadia mentioned did not include herself. Anna saw Lawrence's doubts, so she walked behind Lawrence and leaned over and whispered, sir, only a small part of the money you gave to the bread club will be left for her. I also advised her, but, really? Lawrence nodded and looked at the girl in front of him with interest. Whether Shadia's behavior was out of morality or interests, it was much wiser than those fools who were blinded by money. It was even similar to Lawrence's own distribution of money among the patrol team and the army. This also made Lawrence feel that his choice to meet her was the right choice. After all, Lawrence still had an important position vacant, the head of the Corsica State Secret Police. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, State Secret Police, Part 2. The Corsican State Secret Police is an institution that Lawrence is considering setting up, because whether it is the establishment of the Kingdom of Corsica that is about to come, or the further reforms in the future, these events will undoubtedly encounter considerable resistance in the country. Although Lawrence has already controlled the armed forces of all Corsica, it is impossible to solve everything with direct violence. This will only result in a panicked and turbulent Corsica. Therefore, it is necessary to establish an institution that does the dirty work for Lawrence in the dark and solves everything. When Lawrence began to conceive this plan, the first thing he thought of was the bread club that had always served him. The work they did for Lawrence actually had the prototype of the secret police, collecting and organizing intelligence from the whole society, and conducting secret public opinion guidance and information dissemination in the society. This is why Lawrence thought of them first. After all, it takes much more time and resources to build an intelligence organization from scratch than to use ready-made bread. There is another more important reason, that is, the members of the bread society are generally young people. Although this means that they may have problems with lack of experience, it also means that their thoughts are not yet mature. In this way, Lawrence can more easily cultivate their loyalty. For such an organization with huge power, the first thing Lawrence considers is how to ensure that they use power under his instruction. As for the position of the head of the secret police, Lawrence intended to appoint her before meeting Shadia. After all, being able to establish and develop such a large-scale intelligence organization in the slums with bare hands has already made Lawrence appreciate her a little. After the formal meeting, Lawrence was a little surprised to find that the leader of the bread society was actually a young woman. Of course, another important reason is that Shadia also holds some of Lawrence's secrets, so taking her under his command is also the safest choice. Anna saw Lawrence looking at Shadia with interest and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As a longtime friend of Shadia, Anna had received a lot of care from her when she was a guide on the streets of Ajaccio 2 years ago. In addition, Anna also knew Shadia's ability, so she hoped that she could be appreciated by Lawrence. You don't have to thank me, this is a normal reward for you. Lawrence waved to Anna to indicate that he understood, and then continued to look at Shadia, smiling and said, I do have a question. You don't seem to care about anything in the Corsica governor's palace, including me. This is a bit strange for a Corsican citizen. Shadia looked up and glanced at Lawrence, and then exchanged glances with Anna. She also knew that Anna must have made a lot of efforts for her to come here, but Shady Eye still chose to speak her mind, because it has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with you? What do you mean? Lawrence was stunned for a moment and asked curiously. Shady Eye paused for a few seconds, as if considering how to explain, and then asked Lawrence, Governor Bonaparte, have you ever been to the West City, or the slums? Lawrence frowned slightly and said, of course, I have led troops there to patrol many times. No, not that kind of show patrol. Shady Eye stared at Lawrence, shook her head slowly and said, it's to truly integrate into that environment, and live like a helpless poor man with nothing. I really haven't been like that. Lawrence nodded and admitted, you can imagine that when you wake up in the morning, the first breath of air you take is the stench from the sewer. You feel hunger in your stomach before you even have time to feel nauseous. You have to start thinking about how to survive the day before you even wake up from your sleep. Shady Eye said calmly, not to mention how others treat you. The officials kicked open the ramshackle door of your house, rushed in, dragged your father out, and said he was conscripted into the army, followed by the tax collectors, who broke into your house and looked at all the valuable things in your house with shifty eyes. If you are penniless, the tax collectors will grab your neck and roar and ask if you have hidden all your belongings. I can understand. Lawrence sighed, slowly closed his eyes and said, as Shady Eye spoke, she seemed to remember something and could not help but lower her head and sighed for a long time, and then continued, you just ask me why I don't care about everything here, because everything here has nothing to do with me. Today it is Governor Bonaparte sitting here, yesterday it was Governor Paulie, tomorrow it may be Governor Jack, and the day after tomorrow it may be Governor Danny. The adults in the governor's mansion come and go, but will the lives of the poor change? Oh my god, Sister Shady Eye, please stop talking. Anna was immediately pale after hearing this, and hurried to Shady Eye's side and shook her shoulders gently, and at the same time, bowed to the silent Lawrence and said, I'm very sorry, sir, she didn't mean to say this, please believe me. Lawrence looked up at Shady Eye again, after thinking for a moment, and he didn't feel a bit angry about her words, because he said similar words when facing Governor Paulie. It's just that now the roles are reversed, and when Lawrence himself becomes the object of this criticism, he feels some different thoughts. So, Miss Shady Eye, oh sorry, Shady Eye. Lawrence looked at her solemnly and said slowly, do you want to change all this? Change? Shady Eye was stunned for a moment, as if she had heard a joke, but she smiled prettily twice, because of Lawrence's face. If the common people want to change their own destiny, it may be possible, but if they want to change the destiny of the entire class, in Shady Eye's view, this is nothing but a fool's dream. The nobles and the clergy are like two insurmountable mountains across their eyes. I can tell you my answer first. A correct version in 16 to 9 book bar. Lawrence looked straight into Shady Eye's eyes and said directly, I will definitely change it. This is my promise to you, and my promise to the Corsicans. You. Shady Eye was stunned. It was not until then that she felt that the Bonaparte in front of her seemed different from the dignitaries in her impression. Lawrence continued, for this, I need the assistance of you and your subordinates. No man is an island, Shady Eye. Shady Eye's lips trembled, and after a long while she slowly said, if your promise is true, I think I can consider it. Of course. Lawrence stood up, knowing that Shady Eye's hesitation was a normal reaction. As long as she considered it seriously, she would definitely not refuse, whether for herself or for those in the bread society, so he nodded and said, the door of the governor's mansion is always open to you, you can leave. Hey, sir, what she said was really not intentional. After Shady Eye left, Anna was still a little worried that Lawrence would be angry about Shady Eye's words, so she hurriedly explained, she is also a poor person. Her father was captured and sent to serve in the army 3 years ago and received news of his death in battle last year. Her mother is also blind in one eye and has to rely on needlework to make a living. Really? Lawrence nodded thoughtfully and then ordered, take her mother to the governor's mansion, arrange an easy job for her, and pay her 3 times the salary. Really? That's great. She will be very happy. Anna looked at Lawrence with surprise and said, sir, you are so kind. Lawrence smiled bitterly and waved his hand and said, Anna, this is not kindness. This is also for However, Lawrence said halfway, looking at Anna's still childish face. He still held back the second half of the sentence. After all, taking Zaydia's mother to the governor's mansion was actually a hostage, and Lawrence thought it was better for him to know in his heart. Yes, Anna, sometimes we still need a kind heart. Chapter 144 Shadia's loyalty and greeting gift. So, you have made up your mind? The next morning, Lawrence received a report from the guards that a ragged and dirty girl wanted to see him, and he knew that Shadia had made her choice. Looking at Shadia sitting in front of him with a faint smile, Lawrence was not surprised by her choice. From her personal interests alone, accepting Lawrence's recruitment would be 100 benefits for Shadia, not to mention that she was also responsible for the interests of nearly 200 members of the Bread Society. Being able to accept official funding is something that almost every member of the party is happy to see. Driven by these factors, Lawrence was completely sure that Shadia would return to her desk. Yes, what you said is indeed very attractive to us. Shadia's expression was much calmer than yesterday, but judging from her haggard and tired look, she was probably thinking about Lawrence's proposal all night. Lawrence couldn't help but look at Shadia with approval. It seems that the environment is indeed a decisive factor in a person's growth. This girl is really a smart person who can fight for her own power in a place like the slum. In the conversation with Anna, Lawrence also roughly understood that this Shadia is indeed a person who values love and friendship. So after he took her mother to the governor's mansion, he didn't have to worry about her loyalty for quite a long time. However, for Lawrence, although this intelligence organization has been formally incorporated into his command, there is still a long way to go before the real establishment of the secret police. Their loyalty and ability still need to be cultivated over time. Before they mature, Lawrence can't directly give them the crucial violent law enforcement power and direct investigation power. Therefore, the current focus of Shadia and her subordinates is still to help Lawrence collect and organize intelligence from various sources, and after recruiting them, the Bread Society can also collect information on a certain aspect according to Lawrence's instructions. I can see your potential, Shadia. This bread club will not be able to accommodate you in the future. Do your best. Lawrence looked at Shadia earnestly and said, although he did not say it explicitly, his words had hinted that he would give her a more important position in the future. Although Shadia had never been active in the political arena, she was as smart as she was, and immediately heard the meaning of Lawrence's hint, so she nodded solemnly, to show that she understood. Seeing that Shadia understood his meaning so quickly, Lawrence nodded happily, and thought that it was time to give them a formal task. Very good, Shadia. After you go back, I need you to collect all the information about these 4 people. Lawrence said in a deep voice, and wrote down 4 names on the paper at the same time. These 4 people were the members of the parliament from outside Ajaccio except Carlo Bonaparte. They were all representatives of the interests of the landlord class. Lawrence inquired about their information in advance, and also prepared for his tax reform and the future solution to the problem of land ownership, including the recent trial taxation in May. Although Lawrence targeted the church forces, the landlords could not help but get wind of it, and they would inevitably feel the crisis of being affected. In order to prevent them from interfering, Lawrence decided to first grasp the situation of the 4 most direct interest representatives. However, to Lawrence's surprise, Shadia took the paper and glanced at it and asked, "Are these the names of the councillors?" "Oh, you still know their names?" Lawrence said with some surprise. After all, these councillors from outside Ajaccio did not hold elections and speeches in the city, so compared with the 4 councillors in Ajaccio, their exposure to the public was much lower. In fact, Shadia nodded slightly, then took out a package she carried with her, and placed it on Lawrence's desk, whispering, "I brought you a gift." Lawrence frowned and looked at the package on the desk, and opened it directly, only to see a large stack of poor quality straw paper inside, but the paper was densely written with words. "What is this?" Lawrence looked at Shadia with even more surprise and asked, vaguely feeling that he still underestimated the ability of this girl. "The information of the 9 members of the Corsica Parliament, or the black material, can be guaranteed to be mostly true." Although there were only Lawrence and her in the study, Shadia still tried to keep her voice down. "Have you taken the initiative to investigate the information of the members before? Lawrence asked in surprise. Shady Eye was silent for a moment. If this kind of thing had been spread before today, their small bread club would have been destroyed in an instant. But now that they had submitted to Lawrence, Shady Eye answered truthfully, yes, I discovered a long time ago that if the bread club only passively accepted information and became an ordinary intelligence exchange organization, it would not be able to develop, so I decided to take the initiative to collect intelligence. Although those dignitaries are high up, they also have servants and subordinates. We have heard a lot of interesting things from their servants and subordinates. Diligence. Lawrence narrowed his eyes and put down the documents in his hand, looking at Shady Eye and said, does that mean there is intelligence about me too? Shady Eye lowered her head, deliberately avoiding Lawrence's gaze, then nodded twice and said, that's right, but you're black material. To be honest, it's much less than that of other dignitaries, and there is almost no black material about your life. Moreover, your subordinates are really loyal. The information we have about you is basically obtained directly, and rarely through your subordinates. For Shady Eye, she made up her mind to join Lawrence after she went back yesterday and carefully checked Lawrence's intelligence. Really? I'd like to know. Lawrence said with a smile, not caring about Shady Eye's behavior of prying about his information. After all, as the governor of Corsica, there would be countless eyes on him. Yes. Shady Eye hesitated for a moment before saying, you have entrusted us to exaggerate your military exploits several times, including the one in the Gulf of Cerro and Bonifacio. In addition, the hypocritical speech you gave with the orphanage director Mario, when you killed Ciro Russell. I know that Mario is not a good person at all, and the things you asked us to publicize about the Kingdom of Corsica recently. Lawrence still listened with a smile, not angry at all, because these things were not much different from the so-called black material he had summarized. On the contrary, Lawrence felt that it was a good thing that there was no black material that he didn't know. So what about this information? Lawrence asked, smiling at Shady Eye. Although he didn't care about these scandals, it didn't mean that Lawrence could tolerate the leaking of these scandals. Shady Eye said hurriedly, don't worry, the information about you has turned to ashes last night. Although there are still a few people who know, no one will believe them without evidence. You are really a smart person, Shady Eye. Lawrence was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, and at the same time, he was more determined in his heart to leave the position of the head of the secret police to Shady Eye. After that, Lawrence turned his attention to the pile of documents on the table and picked them up and opened them with relish. Interesting. After quickly browsing through these documents, Lawrence put the documents back on the table thoughtfully and then started thinking directly. There is no doubt that these congressmen who are under the spotlight have more or less black spots, including Lawrence's own brother Carlo Bonaparte. The documents record that as a lawyer, he used some rather dishonorable means to attack competitors in the same industry and may have bribed judges in some lawsuits. These things are like not weighing 4 eels without weighing them, but if weighed, they would weigh 1,000 pounds. Although people privately know that it is almost understandable for them to do these things with their status, as long as they are publicized, they will inevitably leave a handle. For Lawrence, if he wants to take action against the 4 congressmen who have been under house arrest, all he lacks is a handle. Lawrence carefully sorted out the documents on the table and put the information about the 4 members representing the landlord class on the top, then asked Shady Eye with a smile, very good, Shady Eye, but I want to know why you gave these as a gift. Shady Eye was still a little hesitant and only dared to speak after considering that she had already sided with Lawrence. Because I know what you asked the Ministry of Finance to do. Huh. Lawrence's brows suddenly frowned. He really didn't expect that his tax reform would be leaked out. He couldn't help but asked in a stern voice, how did you know this? Was it leaked by the Ministry of Finance? No, it's not. Shady Eye said repeatedly. It was a worker in the Ajaccio printing factory. He is one of ours. He secretly took out a copy when printing the draft of the Ministry of Finance. Is that so? Lawrence couldn't help feeling a headache. Although it didn't matter if the tax reform was leaked now, the situation Shady Eye described still made Lawrence sigh that there is really no wall that is impenetrable in this world. No wonder many countries in later generations would set up an institution called the Bureau of Secrecy. If secrets are not deliberately protected, the entire administrative system will be leaky like a sieve. After silently putting confidentiality work on the reform agenda, Lawrence breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the gift from Shady Eye again, and then said seriously, "Anyway, you are indeed a very capable person. I will consider adjusting a suitable amount of funding for the Bread Society. At the same time, I also hope that you remember that from now on you are working for Corsica." A correct version of the book in 16:9. Of course. Shady Eye nodded deeply. As for who she was loyal to when she worked for Corsica, a smart person like her would know it. Watching Shady Eye's back disappear behind the door, Lawrence also breathed a sigh of relief. It must be said that the intelligence capabilities of the Bread Society did exceed Lawrence's expectations. However, this is also largely due to the fact that Lawrence is in charge of the patrol team. Since Corsica does not have a proper intelligence and counterintelligence agency, the Ajaccio patrol team, as a de facto police force, also shoulders most of the counterintelligence responsibilities. If Lawrence had not turned a blind eye to the development of the Bread Society, it would have been difficult for them to grow to where they are today. Of course, Lawrence is not worried that the Bread Society will backfire on him after it becomes too big. Not to mention that he holds Shady Eye's relatives as hostages. If their behavior of inquiring about the intelligence of the parliamentarians is exposed, they will probably be unanimously banged by all the powerful people in Corsica. With Shady Eye's intelligence, she would not do such a stupid thing. After Shady Eye left, Lawrence read the document twice and then called the guards, handed the paper he had just handed to Shady Eye to the guards, and asked them to bring the 4 people on it over. After a while, the 4 parliamentarians appeared in front of Lawrence in an orderly manner. When the 4 entered the study room with uneasiness and nervousness, they looked at each other and immediately realized something was wrong. As members of the parliament who all came from the countryside, they were all very familiar with each other. When they found that they were all brought to Lawrence, a bad idea immediately came into their minds. "Please sit down, everyone." Lawrence smiled and gestured for them to sit down. After scanning their slightly uneasy faces, he said in a deep voice, "I received some news that may not be very friendly to you." "Not very friendly?" The uneasiness on the faces of several members of the parliament became more serious. After exchanging glances, someone smiled and asked, Governor Bonaparte, the news you are talking about is only about the 4 of us?" Lawrence smiled and looked at the person who was speaking. It seems that he is also a master of playing words. The word only is to test Lawrence's attitude. Of course. Lawrence shrugged and said. The 4 congressmen couldn't help but take a breath. They were not fools to climb to this position. They all understood how Lawrence could have only got the dirty laundry of the 4 of them. He must have intended to attack the 4 of them. So what's the bad news you're talking about? The congressman who was speaking almost couldn't hold back his smile, but he still asked with all his strength. "About some possible criminal acts of the 4 of you." Lawrence said. His tone lowered a bit and became serious. Even though the congressman knew that none of them would have a good ending today, he still struggled and said, "We are all law-abiding Corsican citizens. Although I don't mean to offend you, is your information really accurate?" Lawrence snorted coldly and said directly, "I would like to remind the 4 of you, as congressmen who are in the spotlight, in order to prevent bad public influence, even if the information I have is not 100% accurate, I will still conduct a strict investigation on you." After hearing this, several people immediately looked bitter. Who could sit in their position dared to say that his hands were completely clean. But, Lawrence continued, with a smile on his face, "If your status is not so prominent, then there is no need to conduct an investigation. After all, we do not have enough resources to investigate every Corsican's every groundless news." "You mean?" Several people's hearts suddenly skipped a beat. Lawrence's words were very clear. Either accept the investigation and then be imprisoned in the dungeon after the black material is exposed, or give up the status of parliamentarians in exchange for Lawrence's forgiveness of those black materials. In the eyes of several people, since Lawrence dared to make such a threat to them, he must have the corresponding evidence. If they really took the risk of accepting the investigation, it would definitely be accurate. The 4 people sat there in agony. Although their reason told them that giving up their status as parliamentarians immediately was the best choice at this time, it was not something they could accept for a while, to suddenly let go of their greatest political status. Lawrence also knew this psychological effect, so he did not urge them, but just pretended to remind them unintentionally. "Oh, I almost forgot that the resignation of the parliamentarians requires a formal written statement. Maybe you can prepare it after you go back." "Of course, Governor Bonaparte," the four people said dejectedly, and walked out of the door under the supervision of the guards, as if they had lost their souls. Lawrence did not even look at the four people who walked out. In Lawrence's eyes, the moment these four people walked out of the door, they had lost their status as parliamentarians, and they were no longer worthy of his attention. Then, "It's time to put our own people into the parliament." A gleam flashed in Lawrence's eyes, and he began to silently consider the candidates. Regardless of which four people Lawrence added to the parliament, including the original Carlo Bonaparte, it means that Lawrence has already mastered more than half of the seats in the parliament. Not to mention that the remaining four people have a tendency to turn to Lawrence. The Corsican parliament was now completely controlled by Lawrence, and the landlord class had lost their greatest political support. Chapter 145. Going to Paris. April 18th. Four beautifully decorated and carefully worded resignation letters were neatly placed on Lawrence's desk. At the end of each resignation letter, there was a signature of the corresponding congressman. After sending the four congressmen back to their residence yesterday, Lawrence sent someone to copy several copies of the intelligence sent by Zardia about the four of them, and sent them to them, in order to dispel their last bit of fluke. There is no doubt that when they were stunned to see the paper recording their crimes, they hurriedly found pen, ink, and paper in a panic, and began to write their resignation letters. Although a small part of the record sent by Lawrence was inconsistent with the actual situation, the part that could be confirmed was enough to put them all in the dungeon. Not bad, not bad. Lawrence looked through the four resignation letters with satisfaction, and then instructed Anna to send someone to publicize these resignation letters. At the same time, Lawrence had already planned the four empty chairs in the parliament. Major Cui Fally, the representative of the army, and Old Scene, the representative of the patrol team, as the representatives of the two most important forces in Lawrence's hands, naturally deserved two seats. Lawrence made such an arrangement to motivate the grassroots patrol soldiers and the National Defense Army soldiers and increase their loyalty to him. In addition, Lawrence also intended to take Grosso, an experienced old sailor, out of the patrol team and put him in the Navy as his confidant, so Lawrence also gave him a seat as a representative of the Navy in the future. Of course, for the three people who were granted seats, they also knew that the identity of this member of parliament was more of a symbol and honor, because the current Corsica parliament was completely Lawrence's one-man show, and it was almost a virtual thing. Even the extremely important tax reform bill was not voted on by the parliament at all, and it could be implemented after Lawrence's instruction alone. As for the last seat, after Lawrence commissioned Carlo Bonaparte to look up the Corsica constitution, he found that the constitution did not restrict the governor from becoming a member of parliament, so he naturally left this seat to himself to strengthen his control over the parliament. Although the election of new members still needs to go through formal elections, for Lawrence now, manipulating these processes is just a matter of exerting a little influence, and the allocation of these seats is already a foregone conclusion. After the political support of the landlords in the parliament was disintegrated, although they would still face strong resistance in further reforms, at least in the experimental taxation in May, they did not have much opposition. After solving the internal political problems in Corsica, Lawrence was ready to focus all his energy on negotiations with the Duke of Choiseul. However, on the afternoon of April 18th, the Duke of Choiseul brought Lawrence a rather abrupt news. I'm so glad that we have reached an agreement on another matter," the Duke of Choiseul in the auditorium of the governor's palace said with a satisfied smile on his face. Looking at Lawrence opposite, Lawrence smiled politely, then looked at the agenda in his hand, which was more than 10 centimeters thick, with a headache. It would probably take several weeks to communicate all these tedious details. The sky outside was gradually getting dark. Lawrence turned his head and glanced at the time on the pendulum clock. After closing the agenda, he said, "I'm also in the same joyful mood, but it is almost time today." How about we continue at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning? Of course. Oh, no. Duke Choiseul nodded subconsciously, but then he remembered something, and hurriedly shook his head with a smile, and said to Lawrence, our negotiation will have to be put on hold for a while. There is something more important to do. Something more important? Lawrence looked at Duke Choiseul in confusion. He didn't think there was anything important between him and Duke Choiseul. We need to go to Versailles. Seeing Lawrence's puzzled expression, Duke of Choiseul explained with a smile. King Louis is very pleased that you took the initiative to lead the Corsicans to submit to him. He wanted to hold a banquet for you before the formal coronation ceremony, right in the Palace of Versailles. King Louis held a banquet for me. Lawrence was really surprised after hearing this, but he quickly calmed down and said, I'm really flattered. Hey, dear Lawrence, in a sense this is indeed an honor, but don't think too much about it. Duke of Choiseul looked at Lawrence, chuckled and shook his head and said, how should I say King Louis? He is quite enthusiastic about court life. There are such banquets almost every month. Sometimes the reason for the banquet is just because he thinks the weather is good today. Lawrence was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted that Louis XV in history was indeed a king with a very decadent court life. Every few days, a banquet, masquerade, or even a card gambling party or billiards party would be held in the Palace of Versailles. King Louis himself was very enthusiastic to participate in these activities, especially with his mistress. Louis XV specially held this banquet, probably because he just lacked a reason to hold a banquet. In addition, he was very happy after hearing that Corsica took the initiative to surrender to him, so he set Lawrence as the center of the banquet. Although Corsica is a poor and backward barren land, any ruler will undoubtedly be proud for a while after hearing that the people of a certain place have taken the initiative to surrender to him. In addition, since the Duke of Choiseul in Corsica knew about this matter, King Louis must have started to prepare for the banquet and invite other guests at this time, and Lawrence, as the center of the party, would not be able to refuse. After all, it is a special invitation from the king, and I have no reason to refuse. Lawrence said with a wry smile. He was afraid that he would have to regard Louis XV as his king for a long time in the future, so it would be bad to leave a bad impression of not appreciating Louis XV in the first social interaction. Duke Choiseul nodded without surprise. He also knew that a calculating man like Lawrence would not risk offending the king by refusing to attend. The banquet will probably be held in early June, and we will be preparing to leave in the next few days. Duke Choiseul put the agenda aside and then said in a low voice, in addition, there is another necessary reason for you to go to Paris, Governor Bonaparte. Lawrence frowned slightly. The first thing he thought of was the National Silver Company, but this was obviously not a necessary reason. However, after thinking for a moment, Lawrence quickly realized what Duke of Choiseul said, so he asked in a deep voice, the British? Duke of Choiseul looked at Lawrence in surprise, nodded repeatedly and said, Lawrence, you are really smart. Yes, the British are still brooding over what you did. Although they have basically given up armed retaliation, there will still be some entanglement at the negotiating table, and in this case. Lawrence followed up Duke of Choiseul's words and said, compared to negotiating with the British in Corsica, Paris is undoubtedly a better place for negotiations. Absolutely right, Governor Bonaparte. It's so easy to talk to smart people. Duke of Choiseul couldn't help clapping his hands and said. Lawrence nodded solemnly. It seemed that this trip to Paris was not just for a banquet and fun. The negotiations with the British, the matter of the National Silver Company that he had just thought of, and other possible situations would probably take a long time. I understand. I will be ready the day after tomorrow at the latest, and go to Paris with you. On May 25, 1770, after nearly a month of traveling, Lawrence and his party finally arrived in Paris smoothly. The straight line distance from Toulon, where Lawrence and his party landed, to Paris was more than 600 kilometers, not to mention that they had to go around many mountains and hills in the middle. Fortunately, relying on the noble status of the Duke of Choiseul, the group encountered almost no obstruction and delay on the way, and finally arrived in Paris before June. Lawrence did not bring many followers on this trip, only Grosso and Jan from the patrol team, and his secretary Anna. In addition, considering that Lawrence was the head of a country, the Duke of Choiseul also allowed him to bring a small number of guards into Paris. After consideration, Lawrence still brought the 20 precision shooters in his hands with him. With limited numbers, the role that these precision shooters can play is undoubtedly higher than other arms, but Lawrence also hopes that they will not play a role during this trip. In the 16-9 book, the correct version. As for the rest, Lawrence left them in Corsica to maintain the normal operation of the country. Although he would be away for quite a while, Lawrence was not worried that Corsica would have any trouble. After all, when Lawrence selected his confidants, the primary factor he valued was loyalty. As for the tax reform that Lawrence was very concerned about, after Lawrence obtained the compromise of the church and eliminated 4 members of the landlord class, he also believed that Cajero could successfully complete this experimental taxation with the help of the patrol team. In any case, Lawrence had to put Corsica's affairs behind him for the time being. There were still many troubles waiting for him in this world-class city in front of him. This is Paris. It feels like the fucking center of the world. Grosso, who was sitting in the carriage, almost leaned out of the carriage, licked his lips and looked around. After a long time, he sat back in his seat and couldn't help but sigh. Although Grosso had traveled to many prosperous port cities, this was his first time to come to Paris, a prestigious city. Lawrence, who was opposite Grosso, leaned against the window frame silently and scanned the streets outside. He just nodded twice to Grosso's sigh. Although Paris, with a population of 600,000, is undoubtedly a pearl in Western Europe and even in Europe, it is somewhat inferior to those giant cities in the East with a population of more than 1 million at the same time. But anyway, the population of Paris is equivalent to 30 Ajaxius. Lawrence thought bitterly and couldn't help but drift his thoughts back to Corsica. The problem of Corsica's insufficient population has been listed as a worry that Lawrence must solve. Just as Lawrence was thinking about it, the Duke of Choiseul's carriage team slowly stopped in front of a mansion. Lawrence turned his head and looked at the mansion through the car window. It was a typical Baroque-style building. With the courtyard, it should cover an area of nearly 2,000 square meters. Marble busts were carefully arranged on both sides of the path leading to the mansion as decoration, and there was even a 4-story fountain in the courtyard. Not to mention that this mansion is located on the Champs-Élysées, the heart of Paris. Standing at the door of the mansion, you can almost see the Louvre and the Tuileries Palace not far away. Even the Arc de Triomphe built by Napoleon in later generations is located on this street. But it is indeed only such a mansion that is worthy of a lord like the Duke of Choiseul, who owns a large area of real power and his rich wallet. Duke Choiseul got off the carriage with the help of his attendants. Without saying much, he generously offered to lend the mansion to Lawrence and his party for temporary stay. Although as a host, I should host a banquet to welcome you. Duke Choiseul led Lawrence and his party into the mansion and introduced the housekeeper and servants of the mansion to Lawrence, and then said apologetically, "But I have to go to Versailles immediately. You know, the king is still waiting for me." Lawrence nodded in understanding. As a French minister, Duke Choiseul stayed in Corsica for such a long time, and there must be a lot of things waiting for him to deal with after he returns. "Then, I will send someone to inform you after the time of the king's banquet is confirmed, Governor Bonaparte." Duke Choiseul took out his pocket watch and looked at it, speaking very quickly, and then pulled out a middle-aged man behind him and introduced him. "Oh, by the way, this is my aide-de-camp Lund. You can ask him any questions about Paris." "Well, I really have to leave, and I apologize to you again, Governor Bonaparte. I hope you have a good time in Paris." After saying that, Duke Choiseul hurriedly left the mansion after apologizing again. Aide-de-camp Lund looked at the back of his master, who left in a hurry, and could only smile awkwardly, bowed deeply to Lawrence and said, "I'm very sorry, but His Excellency the Duke is indeed very trusted by the king, and there is a lot of work waiting for him." Lawrence just smiled silently after hearing Lund's words. Louis XV may really trust Duke Choiseul, but he is also very dissatisfied with Duke Choiseul's manipulation of government and advocacy of war. In the autumn of this year in history, the Duke of Choiseul was driven back to his fiefdom by Louis XV, who could no longer bear it, because he tried to instigate France to intervene in the conflict between Britain and Spain. However, Lawrence still couldn't tell whether his appearance would rewrite this history and the fate of the Duke of Choiseul. Or is it better for me to follow history and let the Duke of Choiseul fall, or to help him maintain his current political status? Lawrence stood by the window and watched the Duke of Choiseul's carriage leave the Champs-Élysées. He knew in his heart that, now that he had come to Paris, he would inevitably be involved in the fate of many big men. Due to his information advantage and the butterfly effect of history, Lawrence could even change the final outcome of a historical figure with just a few words. The question before Lawrence now is not whether history can be changed, but whether to change it. And Lawrence already had the answer in his heart. Although it sounds very secular, interests should always be the criterion thanks to the monthly ticket support of book friend Xiao and Zhu Shaoxia, who is known as Jiang Hu. Chapter 146 Unexpected Visitor. May 26th was the second day Lawrence arrived in Paris. It must be said that the mansion that the Duke of Choiseul lent Lawrence was indeed extremely luxurious, and the servants in the mansion were also well educated and trained. In the early morning, when Lawrence just got up from the bed and prepared to get dressed, several maids who had been waiting outside the door for a long time heard the noise inside and walked straight in, helping Lawrence to dress as usual. However, this meticulous and even excessive service made Lawrence smile bitterly, and he almost endured the discomfort and accepted the service of these maids. No wonder some people say that the most direct way to distinguish between noble women and poor women is to observe their reactions when they are served by servants, when they get up early and dress. In this case, the noble women who can accept the service with peace of mind are undoubtedly the noble women who have been accustomed to it since childhood. Damn it, I was really shocked this morning. At the breakfast table, Grosso stuffed a piece of buttered white bread into his mouth. It was obvious that he was also shocked by the meticulous care of the maids. He said incoherently, I thought it was a French woman who was going to throw herself into my arms. I was still wondering where I got such great charm. The two young people, Yan and Anna, also nodded shyly in agreement. They had never been treated like this in Ajaccio. Seeing this, the Duke of Choiseul's attendant, Rund, could only smile helplessly and explained patiently, this is also the Duke's insistence on preserving such a tradition. You can't enjoy such meticulous service in most noble manors or mansions. Lawrence listened silently. Although the Duke of Choiseul was quite radical in politics, he still retained many traditional aristocratic habits in his personal life. Just as everyone was having breakfast, the butler of the mansion, an old man in a black suit, walked in with steady steps. Although the old butler was already grey-haired, he still looked energetic. He was meticulously groomed from clothing to beard. Lund said that he had served in this mansion for more than 40 years. Good morning, Mr. Bonaparte. The old butler bowed appropriately and said in a steady voice, here are some of your letters. Do you want to take a look now, or send them to the study first? Some letters? Who are they from? Lawrence asked in confusion. He had just arrived in Paris and was unfamiliar with the place. How could he receive a bunch of letters early the next morning? The old butler did not look at the envelope in his hand, but directly recited with his head held high, these are all visiting letters. From Sir Unal, Baron Donnell, and Mr. Kosk of the Platinum Flower Chamber of Commerce. Lawrence listened to the old butler skillfully reading out a series of names of low-ranking nobles and petty bourgeois merchants, and quickly realized what they wanted to do. I returned to Paris with the Duke of Choiseul yesterday, and stayed in the Duke of Choiseul's mansion. This must have spread quickly in certain circles in Paris. For these small nobles and small businessmen who are eager to seek promotion, being able to get close to the Duke of Choiseul is undoubtedly the most convenient shortcut to the end of the South. In their eyes, Lawrence, who is so politely treated by the Duke of Choiseul, may be able to help them get in touch. After figuring out the thoughts of these visitors, Lawrence could only smile helplessly. After all, the Duke of Choiseul gave him such treatment purely because he was the ruler of a country in terms of status. In addition, Louis XV was also very happy about the crown that Lawrence was going to present during this period, which made the Duke of Choiseul so friendly to Lawrence. Lawrence knew very well that he had almost no personal relationship with the Duke of Choiseul, and the actual status gap between the two was also quite large. Those who wanted to ask him to make a connection would probably be disappointed. But how to deal with these visitors who came all at once gave Lawrence a headache. Lund, who was standing by, was also a good observer. Seeing Clarence's slightly bitter expression, he quickly suggested, if you don't want to meet these people, just send them a unified rejection letter, and the servants in the mansion will help you. Of course, I personally suggest that you put these letters aside for a while, and don't rush to reject them. Clarence nodded in understanding, knowing what Lund meant. After all, he never knew when he would need the help of one of them. Okay, please help me keep these letters, and reject them in a unified way in 2 weeks. Clarence instructed the old butler, and took the envelope from him, and flipped through it casually. However, one of the names quickly attracted Clarence's attention. Wait, this letter needs to be taken out separately. Clarence was flipping through the letters casually, when he suddenly picked out a rather ordinary envelope. He carefully looked at the signature on the envelope, then handed the letter to the old butler with some surprise and said, I need you to help me draft a reply saying that I will meet him in the afternoon of 3 days later, right here. Oh, a perfect version in 1619 book bar. Rand stood up with some surprise after hearing Clarence's instructions, and leaned over to the old butler to look at the name on the envelope. He also knew that Clarence was a complete newcomer, so he was very curious to see why Clarence specifically accepted this visiting letter. Well, a member of the Royal Academy of Sciences of Paris? Rand was not familiar with the name at the signature, but he was very familiar with the title. The Royal Academy of Sciences of Paris is located on the banks of the Seine, across the river from the Louvre. Its predecessor was a society in the Royal Library, and later it was renamed the Royal Academy of Sciences, after receiving funding from Louis XIV. This prestigious and powerful society was also the predecessor of the French Academy of Sciences, and the fact that this visitor could become a member of it undoubtedly showed his attainments in the field of natural philosophy. However, Lund was still a little surprised, while Clarence would specifically accept this person's visit. In the eyes of a politician like him, even scholars of the Royal Academy of Sciences had the same status as the previous series of petty nobles and petty bourgeoisie. You want to meet a scholar, okay, but I have to remind you. Lund thought that Clarence valued the man's academic identity, so he reminded him with some prejudice and kindness. Not every member of the Academy of Sciences can be called a scholar. Some of them have very little knowledge, but very bulging wallets. God knows how they got to that position. Almost no ink in the articles published by these people was written by themselves. Clarence just nodded indifferently and said with a smile, maybe, but I know this name, and he is not that kind of person. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Bonaparte, I worried too much. Lund nodded with sudden realization, bowed slightly apologetically, and glanced at the name on the envelope. Antoine Laurent Lavoisier. Chapter 147 Duberry Casino. After instructing the old butler to deal with the visiting letters and finishing breakfast, Clarence still did not plan to stay at home and wait for the Duke of Choiseul's notice. Now there is still about a week before Louis XV's banquet, and Clarence also wants to use this time to find out the situation in Paris as soon as possible. Although he still roughly remembers the various data of Paris during this period, these cold numbers obviously cannot give Clarence a comprehensive understanding of this giant city. Since it was the first time to go out, Clarence only brought Grosso and Lund with him, and those precision shooters who served as guards. Clarence still asked them to wait in the mansion in order not to appear too ostentatious. As for Jan and Anna, after Clarence learned that the mansion was actually equipped with a private tutor, he asked them to stay at home and start learning French with the tutor. After all, as Clarence's confidants, they may spend a considerable amount of time in France in the future, and it is still necessary to master the most basic language. Grosso could speak, read and write some simple French. In addition, he was not the type to calm down and study, so Clarence had to bring him along. Huh, this damn scarf is about to strangle me to death. As soon as Grosso went out, he complained about his Baroque-style formal suit with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. As an old sailor, pragmatism was the most suitable for Grosso. However, when Grosso stood on the scenic Champs-Élysées, he soon stopped caring about the uncomfortable clothes. After the 3 of them strolled along the Seine for a while, Lund turned around and asked Clarence and Grosso, "So, gentlemen, where are you going today?" Lund also knew that Clarence and Grosso were completely in the dark about Paris, so he took the initiative to act as a guide. In addition, his identity as the Duke of Choiseul's attendant made it much easier for the two to walk around Paris. Lawrence was just strolling around without any purpose, so he looked directly at Grosso to ask for his opinion. Grosso had already started rubbing his palms excitedly before Lawrence looked at him, then licked his lips and said excitedly, but with a hint of crypticity, "Ahem, Lawrence, you want to get to know Paris as soon as possible. I can tell you from my years of experience that you only need to go to 2 places." Lawrence knew what Grosso was talking about after hearing this, and couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. Lund hadn't reacted yet, and asked with great interest, "Oh, Mr. Grosso, I'd like to hear more about it. This is the first time I've heard such a statement." Grosso lowered his voice, laughed obscenely twice and said, "Brothel and casino." Lawrence sighed helplessly, and even found that Grosso's pronunciation of these 2 words was much more standard than other French words. However, he also knew that Grosso had probably been holding back for too long in Ajaccio. After all, there were no high-end places in Ajaccio suitable for Grosso to indulge himself. But Lawrence had to admit that what Grosso said was indeed reasonable. These 2 places were indeed places where information circulated frequently. Lund smiled awkwardly, as if he felt that it was not very elegant to say such words in a place like the Champs-Élysées, but seeing that Lawrence had no intention of objecting, he had to keep smiling and said, "In fact, we don't call them directly. Never mind. Since you two are happy, where do you want to go?" Lawrence glanced at Grosso, who was eager to go up, and said directly, "Then please take us to a casino." After all, Lawrence didn't want to get infected with any strange diseases, since gambling is an activity that is very popular with everyone from the poor beggars to King Louis. There are also many casinos in Paris. Although Lund had been in and out of many top casinos as an aide-de-camp to the Duke of Choiseul, he was not qualified to enter today with his own status, so he had to arrange a casino frequented by the middle class and minor nobles for Lawrence. After deciding the destination, Lund skillfully waved to the coachman on the roadside, and after thinking for a moment, he told the coachman, "Go to the Casino du Barry, the one on Montorgueil Street." After a bumpy ride in the carriage, the 3 of them arrived at the Casino du Barry that Lund mentioned. The casino sign was large, with eye-catching red cursive letters on it, Casino du Barry 4th. Du Barry 4th, what does this mean? There is more than one casino? Grosso glanced at the sign and asked in surprise. Lund smiled and explained, "Of course, this casino is the property of a gentleman named Du Barry, and he has several casinos under his name." Lawrence nodded slightly, but he felt that the surname Du Barry, combined with the casino, made him feel very familiar. Grosso didn't think so much, and walked in first with great joy. Lawrence and Lund followed him in. The guard could tell from their attire that they were of high status, so he didn't stop them. The casino was very large, and half of it was even used as a tavern and coffee shop. There was no bustling and crowded scene as Lawrence imagined. The intervals between the card tables were very wide. Many people came here not to gamble, but to stand and chat with coffee in 2s and 3s, treating this place as a social place. The casino here certainly wouldn't recognize the Corsican coins on Grosso's body, but fortunately Lawrence still had some Venetian gold coins with him, which were seized in Sheephorn Bay 2 years ago. The Venetian Dacre gold coins, which were almost equivalent to gold, were hard currency throughout Europe, and this casino was no exception. Oh my god, is this a Dacre gold coin? This is the first time I've received one. A perfect version at 1619 book bar. The casino waiter took the small bag of gold coins from Lawrence, took out a few, and examined them for a moment, then said excitedly, "But, no offense, sir, I can't confirm the authenticity of these precious gold coins. I think I have to find the manager." "Okay, as soon as possible." Lawrence shrugged indifferently. After a while, a man in skirt pants and shirt came out. After checking the gold coins in the purse, he bowed his head and said to Lawrence, "Sorry to have kept you waiting, sir. There is basically no problem with your gold coins, but I have to know where you got these gold coins from before I can be completely relieved, unless you have time for us to check these gold coins more carefully." Lawrence frowned slightly and looked at the manager. Of course, he didn't want to spend several hours letting the casino people check these gold coins thoroughly, but Lawrence also tried not to reveal his identity. Seeing this, before Lawrence could stop him, Lund stepped forward and said, "I'm Lucky Lund, the aide-de-camp of the Duke of Choiseul. We wouldn't bring counterfeit money to the casino, would we? The Duke of Choiseul?" The manager was stunned for a moment after hearing Lund introduce himself, but there was no respect or timidity in his eyes, only pure surprise. Then, he secretly looked at Lawrence a few more times, revealing an expression of "I see." Lawrence frowned even more. The manager's little movements certainly did not escape his observation, and this series of movements always made Lawrence feel a little weird. "Ah, of course, I believe you, Mr. Lund." The manager quickly finished looking at Lawrence, and then accepted Lawrence's gold coins, as if nothing had happened, and handed the corresponding chips to Lawrence. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Lund." Lawrence secretly glanced at the manager who was walking out of the casino, and said expressionlessly, "But I think it is better not to reveal our identities, otherwise there may be unnecessary trouble." "Oh, Mr. Bonaparte, this is your first time in Paris, so you think so?" Lund waved his hand and said indifferently, "We are the Duke of Choiseul's men. It's good enough that we don't cause trouble to others. Who would cause trouble to us? I hope so." Thanks to the book friend Yelakan Kantal for his monthly ticket support. Chapter 148 Jane du Barry's reminder. Ace of spades. Ace of spades. Oh wow. I guessed it right. In the Du Barry casino, Grosso shouted unrestrainedly at the card table, almost drowning out the conversations of all the other guests, causing embarrassment to the three gamblers at the same table with him. Lawrence himself was not very interested in gambling, and the casino that Lund brought them to was actually more social in nature, with almost only one way to play cards. Lawrence knew nothing about the card games of this era, so he did not participate. He and Lund ordered 2 cups of coffee in the cafe on the other side of the casino, and sat down to chat. Lawrence also wanted to take this opportunity to learn more about the Duke of Choiseul and Paris from Lund. "Mr. Lund, you have served the Duke of Choiseul for a long time, right?" Lawrence looked at Grosso who was yelling helplessly, sipped his coffee, and asked Lund casually. A trace of shame appeared on Lund's face, and he shook his head and said, "Not really. Although I worked under the Duke before, I have only been his aide-de-camp for 3 years, and the Duke would not bring me to many important occasions." Lawrence frowned slightly. It seemed that Mr. Lund did not know the Duke of Choiseul too well, so he comforted him casually. "I believe that with your talent, the Duke of Choiseul will appreciate you one day." "I hope so." Lund sighed softly, and said with a wry smile. The conversation between the two stopped for a moment. After Lawrence learned that Lund did not know the Duke of Choiseul very well, he gave up trying to find out the news about the Duke of Choiseul from him. What Lawrence was concerned about now was the reaction of the casino manager when he was exchanging chips just now. His expression at that time seemed to indicate that he recognized me from Lund's identity, but how could a casino manager like him pay attention to these things? And what did he want to do after recognizing me? Lawrence recalled the manager's expression of sudden enlightenment after Lund introduced himself, and thought in confusion. It stands to reason that a casino manager himself should not be too concerned about those political rumors, which means that he was probably ordered by his superiors to pay attention to these things. However, after thinking for a long time, Lawrence still had no conclusion. After all, he had too little information about the courts of Paris and Versailles. After thinking about it, Lawrence decided to ask Lund for some information about the Casino du Barry. "By the way, Mr. Lund, I have to say that the environment of the casino you chose is really good." Lawrence turned his head and looked at the classical decorations around him and asked Lund, "The owner of this casino is called Du Barry, right? Do you know him, Mr. Du Barry?" Lund held his forehead and recalled, then said apologetically, "Sorry, I only know that his industry has expanded rapidly, especially in the past 2 years. There are rumors that he has found some backers, but I don't know. I know nothing about him." "Is this your first time here too?" Lawrence asked. "Yes." Lund touched the back of his head and said, "I don't go to casinos often. This is my first time in a casino under Du Barry's name." After hearing this, Lawrence glanced at Lund helplessly. It seems that Mr. Lund is not a particularly reliable person. He knew that it was his first time and directly exposed his identity. However, what Lund said was not wrong. They are now the Duke of Choiseul's people. No one will really have bad intentions towards them. It's just that Lawrence is worried that there will be unnecessary trouble. After learning that Lund knew very little about the two issues he was concerned about, Lawrence had no choice but to chat with him about some gossip and Paris to pass the time. Time passed quickly, and the hands on the clock soon pointed to noon. Grosso, who had been fighting at the card table for a whole morning, finally became exhausted and no longer shouted as loudly as at the beginning. However, judging from his flushed face, he probably gained a lot at the card table. While chatting with Lund, Lawrence also listened to the conversations of the guests around him and heard a lot of exaggerated and bizarre gossip and unrealistic court rumors from them. Then it's time to leave. Lawrence looked up at the clock on the wall and said, then stood up and prepared to call Grosso, who was still reluctant to leave. However, just as Lawrence stood up, a waiter who had been waiting beside him came up and said sincerely, Mr. Bonaparte, are you leaving? Lawrence glanced at the waiter and sighed that they really knew his identity. He just didn't know what they were going to do by calling him. Yes, is there any problem? Lawrence asked in a cold tone. The waiter lowered his posture and said, there is a gentleman who wants to see you. He has been waiting at the door for a long time. Sir? Which gentleman? Lawrence frowned and asked. The waiter hesitated for a moment, then said, Jane Dewberry, the owner of this casino. Jane Dewberry? Lawrence couldn't help smacking his lips. From the waiter's tone, it seemed that Mr. Dewberry should have received the news from the manager and then came to the casino to see him. In this case, Lawrence had to give him some face. However, what puzzled Lawrence was that Jane Dewberry operated a large number of industries in Paris, and it was rumored that he had a very stable political backer. He was different from the petty bourgeoisie who wanted to see him in the morning. Even if we don't discuss the legal status, just the actual status in Paris, Jane Dewberry should be better than himself. Why such a person came all the way to meet Lawrence really puzzled Lawrence. But anyway, Lawrence decided to meet with Mr. Dewberry. Lawrence walked out of the casino under the guidance of the waiter and saw a completely black carriage parked at the door of the casino. There was no pattern on the carriage, which was very simple and revealed an elegant charm. The coachman was wearing white gloves and was standing by the carriage. When he saw Lawrence walk out of the casino, he immediately came up and said, Mr. Bonaparte, Mr. Dewberry has been waiting for you in the carriage for a long time. After that, the coachman walked to the carriage and politely opened the door for Lawrence. There was only a thin man in the carriage. He was leaning against the wall with his eyes closed and covered with a pure black wool windbreaker. The man opened his eyes after noticing the movement outside. There was a strong shrewdness in his eyes. Anyone who saw such eyes would subconsciously think that he was an excellent businessman, and he was indeed. Ah, Mr. Bonaparte. Jane Dewberry smiled and put his windbreaker aside and stretched out his hand to pull Lawrence into the carriage. After getting into the carriage and sitting down, Lawrence looked at Dewberry for a few times and then asked without any courtesy, I heard that you wanted to see me, Mr. Dewberry. Yes, that's right. Jane Dewberry squinted his eyes and continued to look at Lawrence, as curious as if he was observing a rare treasure, and then greeted politely, I really didn't expect that the governor of Corsica would come to my casino. I feel extremely honored. How was your fun in it? Everything is good. Lawrence responded casually and asked bluntly, you are not waiting here just to do a customer satisfaction survey, are you? Ha, you are really joking. Jane Dewberry smiled and shook his head, stretched his muscles a little, and said, actually, I came to give you a friendly reminder. A friendly reminder? Excuse me, I may not accept a reminder from a stranger. Lawrence looked at the mysterious Jane Dewberry and couldn't help frowning. It's normal that you don't know me, but we have known Governor Bonaparte for a long time. Jane Dewberry said with a smile, on your way to Paris, our eyes have been on you. A correct version in 1619 book bar. Lawrence looked at Dewberry silently. From his wording, he could guess that he should be meeting with him on behalf of a certain group. In addition, Lawrence knew very well that Jane Dewberry said he was paying attention to his whereabouts, but their focus must be on the more important Duke of Choiseul who was traveling with him. In this way, Jane du Barry's so-called kind reminder was undoubtedly related to the Duke of Choiseul. Your reminder is related to the Duke of Choiseul. Clarence didn't intend to continue to be hypocritical and asked in a cold voice, you are really very smart. Jane du Barry was stunned for a moment, and the smile on his face gradually faded. He stared at Clarence seriously for a long time, and then said in a deep voice, Mr. Bonaparte, please stay away from the Duke of Choiseul. As soon as he said this, there was a half-a-minute silence, and the atmosphere in the carriage suddenly dropped to freezing point. Clarence stared at Jane du Barry in front of him, without any reaction to his words. It was not until a long time later that Clarence raised his head and looked at Jane du Barry with disdain and said slowly, Mr. du Barry, is this a reminder, a request, or a threat? Jane du Barry maintained a faint smile and said humbly, as I said before, this is just a kind reminder. Clarence looked Jane du Barry up and down and remembered what Lund said, that du Barry might have found a reliable political backer in the past few years, so he tried to test him. Then this reminder. Is it your own intention, or the intention of someone behind you? Jane du Barry couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Clarence to react so quickly. He guessed that he was also acting on orders in a few words, so he chuckled and said, you are really smart. That's right, how can a commoner like me be qualified to remind Governor Bonaparte? I'm just bringing you a message. However, Clarence's eyes never left Jane du Barry. After a period of silent thinking, Clarence suddenly said, the person behind you is a woman, right? What? You? Jane du Barry's pupils shrank, and the smile on his face disappeared. His originally relaxed sitting posture immediately became nervous, and he said incoherently, you, how did you know? Clarence looked at Jane du Barry's panic without making a sound, and thought to himself, it is that woman indeed. Now Clarence is certain that Jane du Barry's backer, or the one he relies on, is Louis XV's official mistress, Countess du Barry Jean Baker. Jean was originally just a beautiful florist, and then she was valued by Jane du Barry, and made his mistress. The Jane du Barry in front of him also quickly noticed Jean's charm and thought she had the potential to develop into the upper class, so he ordered Jean to marry his brother, Count du Barry, and forged a noble origin for Jean. With the help of Jane du Barry, Jean, who had obtained the status of Countess du Barry, soon became famous in the upper social circles of Paris for her charm, and attracted the attention of the Duke of Richelieu. After becoming the mistress of the Duke of Richelieu, Jean entered the Court of Versailles with the help of the Duke of Richelieu and eventually captured the heart of Louis XV. At this time, Jean had become the most favored mistress of Louis XV after Madame de Pompadour. The aristocratic circle centered on her had considerable influence in the Court of Versailles. Even in history, the fall of the Duke of Choiseul was fueled by the Countess du Barry and her aristocratic circle. After sorting out these relationships, Clarence also understood that the Duke of Choiseul and the Countess du Barry had always been at odds, and they did not reach a reconciliation even under the personal persuasion of Louis XV. So it seems that the reminder brought by Jane du Barry was most likely meant by the Duke of Richelieu. After all, Madame du Barry herself was not interested in political struggles, and her power in the court was basically managed by the Duke of Richelieu. And the Duke of Richelieu, like Madame du Barry, had great hatred for the Duke of Choiseul. Thinking of this, Clarence couldn't help but sighed. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was relying on the Duke of Choiseul, but Clarence himself knew very well that he was involved in the storm center of a political struggle. And from the current situation, the Duke of Choiseul is undoubtedly at a disadvantage, because Louis XV is increasingly intolerable of his arbitrary behavior. If this continues, the Duke of Choiseul will soon be demoted and overthrown in 1770, just like in history. However, Clarence now has three choices. One is to follow what Jane du Barry said and stay away from the Duke of Choiseul to protect himself. The second is to side with the Duke of Choiseul to help him save the situation. The third is to join Madame du Barry's side to fight against the Duke of Choiseul. After sorting out his memories, Clarence rubbed his dizzy head and then turned his attention back to Jane du Barry. Mr. du Barry had just recovered from the shock, and his frown had not yet relaxed. He looked at Clarence with fear in his eyes, and he had no idea how he knew these secrets. By the way, Mr. du Barry, Lawrence suddenly thought of something and spoke first. If I'm not mistaken, this sentence should be brought to me by the Duke of Richelieu, right? Don't you have a spy planted by the Duke of Richelieu? Jane du Barry stared again and nodded in disbelief. And since you came to see me in such a short time, it means you were with the Duke of Richelieu just now, right? Although Lawrence was speculating, his tone was as if he was stating the fact. Yes, Jane du Barry nodded weakly, beginning to wonder if Lawrence had a magic mirror in his hand that could see the whole world. Lawrence chuckled and shook his head, leaned back in his seat, stretched out his hand, and knocked on the carriage, and slowly said, I want to see the Duke of Richelieu. Thanks to the book friend Suda Bird for the reward and support. Chapter 149 Meeting with the Duke of Richelieu. On the stage, covered with rose petals, the actor, with his face covered with lead powder, and wearing extravagant and elegant clothes, recited with emotion to the packed theater audience, Juliet, this is our bridal chamber. Your beauty turns a cave into a bright palace. Ah, my love. My wife. Although death has taken your life, it has not taken away your beauty. You are my most beautiful bride. The audience in the audience stared at Romeo on the stage intently, as if they had broken the fourth wall and entered the world of drama. Some sentimental ladies could not help but take out their handkerchiefs to wipe the tears from their eyes. This is the Comédie Française, the earliest national theatre in France. It was built in 1680 by the Sun King Louis XIV, and is definitely the theatre with the highest artistic standards in Paris. Those who can sit in such a theatre are all members of the upper class in Paris. After all, the average ticket price of 50 livres can already keep ordinary people out. Even though it was hard to get a ticket here most of the time, merchants with extra money were still willing to spend 5 times the price to buy a ticket for a play in order to try to get in touch with the big shot in the same theater. Of course, the gap between people was unimaginable. For some dignitaries, a few days before each play started, people from the theater would respectfully deliver a stack of tickets to their homes, even though they might never go to the theater. The Duke of Richelieu undoubtedly belonged to this kind of people, and he was at the top of this kind of people. He had an exclusive box on the upper floor of the theater, which could overlook the entire stage. Oh young love, miserable and beautiful. It's a pity that du Barry didn't see this scene. The 74-year-old Duke of Richelieu calmly held up the golden viewing mirror and watched Romeo and Juliet on the stage with full concentration, and couldn't help saying, for the Duke of Richelieu, who had once been a romantic man, this sad love story naturally evoked many of his memories, even though it was a British work. When the scene on the stage ended, the attendant in the box dared to step forward, fearing that he would disturb the Duke's interest in watching the play, and said carefully, my lord, Mr. du Barry has returned, but what? Why did it take him so long to pass on a message? The Duke of Richelieu slightly moved his wrist and asked with some dissatisfaction. Although Jane du Barry was a wealthy industrialist with more than a dozen casinos and brothels in the hearts of the Parisian citizens, he could only say a few words to the Duke of Richelieu because of his relationship with Madame du Barry. Even today, it was a rare opportunity for Jane du Barry to watch a play in the same box with the Duke of Richelieu, but the Duke of Richelieu impatiently drove him out in the middle of the play to bring a message to Lawrence. The attendant quickly explained, because the governor of Corsica also took the initiative to ask to go back to the theater with him. Oh. After hearing this, Duke Richelieu's eyebrows were full of surprise. He thought that Lawrence would choose to stay away from this political storm without hesitation after receiving the reminder, but he did not expect that Lawrence would choose a rather radical approach. After all, the outside world generally believes that Lawrence is a member of the Duke of Choiseul's faction. His choice to meet with Duke Richelieu at this time will undoubtedly cause a discussion in the political circle after the news spreads. Seeing that the Duke of Richelieu was lost in thought, the attendant suggested cautiously, maybe he has come to seek refuge with you. In any case, they have been waiting outside for a while. Do you want to meet them? To seek refuge with me, the Duke of Richelieu muttered slowly to himself, then shook his head and said, I don't think so. Forget it, bring in the young governor of Corsica. After that, the Duke of Richelieu glanced at the only 2 chairs in the box and added, as for Mr. du Barry, please go back. I don't think he is interested in today's performance. In the lounge area outside the theater, Jane du Barry sat on a bench with Lawrence very depressed, waiting for the attendant to inform the Duke of Richelieu. He thought he could take this opportunity to get closer to the Duke of Richelieu, but he was told other things and was driven out before they could even talk a few words. "Mr. Bonaparte, don't blame me for not reminding you." Jane du Barry looked at Lawrence on the side and said unhappily, "Not everyone can see the Duke of Richelieu. Although you are the governor of Corsica, you are actually just. Do you understand what I mean?" Lawrence smiled indifferently and stuffed a piece of smoked salmon sandwich brought by the waiter into his mouth. He also had a clear understanding of his actual status. If it were normal time, the Duke of Richelieu would definitely look down on himself as the governor of Corsica. After all, in the eyes of people like the Duke of Richelieu, the Governor Lawrence was actually no different from a great chief in Africa. But at this moment, Louis XV had just learned of Corsica's surrender and was in considerable pleasure and satisfaction, so Lawrence's status was magnified. After all, if the Duke of Richelieu and his faction wanted to completely defeat the Duke of Choiseul politically, they had to let Louis XV deal the final blow to the Duke of Choiseul, and that was exactly what they did in history. In the event of Corsica's surrender, the Duke of Choiseul also played an indelible role. In the eyes of the Duke of Richelieu, Louis XV is likely to restore his trust in the Duke of Choiseul or ease his dissatisfaction because of the Corsica incident. In this way, the Duke of Richelieu will have to make another effort to overthrow the Duke of Choiseul. Even the Duke of Richelieu, who is already in his 70s, may not see the fall of the Duke of Choiseul until the moment he closes his eyes. In other words, I'm now the key for the Duke of Choiseul to obtain the favor of Louis XV, and Madame du Barry's faction naturally knows this. Lawrence analyzed silently in his heart. This is why the Duke of Richelieu showed unusual attention to him. After learning that he appeared in the casino, he immediately sent Jane du Barry to pass on the message. HMPH, don't blame me if you can't see the Duke of Richelieu in a while. Jane du Barry, a businessman, naturally didn't know where Lawrence got his confidence from. He just thought he was talking nonsense, so he muttered in dissatisfaction. The two waited outside for a while, and then they saw the Duke of Richelieu's attendant running out of the theater on tiptoe. The attendant bowed slightly to Jane du Barry and said very tactfully, "Mr. du Barry, the Duke said that you are very tired of managing the business, so you don't have to waste time accompanying him to watch the theater. You can leave first." "What? What happened to the Duke?" Jane du Barry said in disbelief, almost screaming out. He had spent a lot of effort and money to get this opportunity to be alone with the Duke of Richelieu, and he never expected to be driven out like this. The attendant ignored Jane du Barry, who was standing there in a daze, and then bowed even deeper to Lawrence, saying respectfully, "Mr. Bonaparte, the Duke of Richelieu wants to see you. Please follow me." Lawrence nodded, patted the breadcrumbs on his hands, shrugged at Mr. du Barry, who was still in a daze beside him, then stood up, straightened his clothes a little, and followed the attendant into the theater. When Lawrence pushed the door and walked into the box, an old man with grey hair and gorgeous clothes appeared in front of him. He was holding a golden viewing mirror, looking at the stage with interest and whispering from time to time, "Oh, beautiful Juliet, you are so brave." Lawrence stood at the door and silently observed the old man, without interrupting him rashly, while searching for memories of the Duke of Richelieu in his mind. The old man in front of him was called Duke Richelieu III in history. He was an outstanding diplomat and soldier. He participated in major wars such as the War of Austrian Succession, the War of Polish Succession, and the 7 Years' War. He was promoted to Marshal of France in 1748 by virtue of his merits and family power. Of course, a large part of his status also came from his great-uncle, the first Duke Richelieu, Cardinal Richelieu. As the French Prime Minister during the Louis XIII period, Cardinal Richelieu was famous throughout French history, including during World War II. The largest battleship in the history of the French Navy, the Richelieu-class battleship, was named after him. Therefore, under the protection of his great-uncle, the Duke Richelieu in front of him enjoyed a very high status in the court since he was born. The son King Louis XIV was his godfather, and the current King Louis XV was his best friend in his early years. Although he was once alienated by Louis XV, and dismissed from his position by the High Court because of his disagreement with Louis XV's mistress, Madame Pompadour. After Madame Pompadour's death, he was not only reinstated by the High Court, but also had a very close relationship with Louis XV's new mistress, Madame du Barry. With the blessing of these positions and relationships, the old man in front of Clarence can definitely be said to be one of the people standing at the top of the Versailles court and even the entire France. As long as a Duke of Choiseul is overthrown, he will have the opportunity to stand out among that group of people, and may even reach the status of his great uncle, the first Duke of Richelieu. For such an old man whose status is not inferior to that of the Duke of Choiseul, Clarence also showed due courtesy and waited for the intermission of the performance on the stage before bowing and saying, "Your Excellency, it is an honor to meet you. I'm Napoleon Bonaparte." The Duke of Richelieu slowly put the opera glasses back into his pocket, turned his head, and looked at Clarence with interest, then patted the empty seat beside him to signal Clarence to sit down, and waved to his entourage to let them go out first. After Clarence sat down, Duke Richelieu turned his head and looked behind him to make sure that they were the only two in the box, before he casually said, "Look for the correct version in the 1619 book bar. I heard that you wanted to see me, Governor Bonaparte." "Yes." Clarence nodded and lay very relaxedly in the soft sofa chair. He squinted his eyes and looked at the drama on the stage that had already reached the finale and continued, "You sent someone to bring me a very confusing reminder. Of course I have to ask you clearly." "Oh, very confusing, right?" The Duke of Richelieu's eyes narrowed into a slit, and he looked at Clarence with a faint smile. He didn't believe that a young man who was born into a small noble family but could become the head of a country at the age of 20 would not understand such a hint, so he asked with his legs crossed, "Then what exactly don't you understand?" "You asked me to stay away from the Duke of Choiseul, but he is the special envoy responsible for signing a treaty with me. If I do as you said, the treaty that I have negotiated with him for a long time will not be invalidated. It will be very troublesome to find someone else to negotiate with." Clarence pretended to be very distressed and asked a question that seemed to be of a very low level. However, after hearing this, the Duke of Richelieu's mouth corners turned up even more. As a diplomat, he was already familiar with these tricks of hiding things in words, and he understood what Clarence meant as soon as he heard it. This young man was testing him. If he really did what he said, then could the exchange of interests between him and the Duke of Choiseul be compensated or recognized? After understanding this meaning, the Duke of Richelieu chuckled and looked at Clarence, as if the climax of the performance on the stage no longer attracted him. He said like a kind elder, "You don't have to worry about this. Even if the special envoy for negotiations with you is replaced, the treaty on the Kingdom of Corsica will not change. Of course, if there are special terms, that's another matter." After hearing this, Clarence frowned slightly and looked at the Duke of Richelieu. To be honest, in Clarence's opinion, his answer was definitely not sincere, because the treaty on the Kingdom of Corsica had been basically completed, and the result would be similar, no matter who negotiated it. What really mattered to Clarence was the two things that Duke Choiseul promised him personally. One was to help the Corsica National Silver Company be listed on the Paris Stock Exchange, and the other was to help Clarence deal with the negotiations with the British. These two things were undoubtedly the special terms mentioned by Duke Richelieu, and from what he meant, it seemed that he did not want to recognize and compensate for the private agreement reached between Clarence and Duke Choiseul. "You were once an outstanding diplomat and participated in the signing of many treaties." Although Clarence was somewhat dissatisfied, he still said calmly, "So you should also understand that those special clauses are the most complicated part of the treaty. If these are not guaranteed, I think you are right, Governor Bonaparte." A cold light flashed in the Duke of Richelieu's eyes, and he lowered his voice and said, "But for Corsica, the most important thing is to obtain the protection of France, right? Otherwise, you would not be sitting here now, but staying in the dungeon of the Kingdom of Sardinia. As for those special clauses, you should not mind too much. If so, it will be much more convenient to continue to complete this treaty with the Duke of Choiseul. I think King Louis will also be happy to see the treaty completed as soon as possible." Clarence looked at the Duke of Richelieu without retreating and said, "And directly brought out Louis XV." The Duke of Richelieu was silent for a moment. The name of Louis XV did make him cautious, but from the bottom of his heart, he still completely despised the little governor of Corsica in front of him. In the eyes of the Duke of Richelieu, as long as Louis XV is over this period of excitement, Clarence's status will not even be as good as that of a powerful earl. It is not worth paying an extra price for such a small person. I have to tell you, Governor Bonaparte. The Duke of Richelieu's tone was already a little impolite, and he said directly, I need you to stay away from the Duke of Choiseul for a certain purpose, but this does not mean that I can only achieve that goal with your assistance. Clarence looked at the Duke of Richelieu silently, and admitted that he was right. The Duke of Richelieu did not want the Duke of Choiseul to restore the trust of Louis XV through the Corsica incident. He naturally had quite a lot of means, but starting from himself was the simplest. After this sentence was said, the negotiation between the two was completely broken. Clarence wanted to test the attitude of the Duke of Richelieu. If the conditions they gave were appropriate, driven by interests, Clarence was completely willing to stand on the opposite side of the Duke of Choiseul. But judging from the attitude of the Duke of Richelieu, he obviously did not want to give Clarence this opportunity. Okay, I will consider your opinion carefully, Clarence said to the Duke of Richelieu, and at the same time, glanced at the actors who were taking their curtain calls on the stage, and casually said, the play is over, please allow me to leave. The Duke of Richelieu did not stop Clarence from leaving, until he walked to the door and suddenly said, young man, maybe next time I will invite you to see a complete play. Clarence stopped at the door, turned his head and said slowly, in fact, I would rather stand on the stage than watch a play, and I believe we are already there. The Duke of Richelieu also turned his head to look at Clarence, and both of them read the same meaning from each other's eyes. Since the Duke of Choiseul and Clarence returned to Paris, the actors in this Versailles court struggle drama have all been on the stage, and soon, its curtain will be opened by Louis XV himself. Chapter 150, Secret Deal with Lavoisier. 1770, 3 days after Clarence met with the Duke of Richelieu. After meeting with the Duke of Richelieu at the Paris Comedy Theatre, Clarence realized that he was completely involved in the party struggle between the Duke of Richelieu and the Duke of Choiseul. Although Clarence originally expected that the Duke of Richelieu would probably keep all the treaties he negotiated with the Duke of Choiseul in order to win him over, including the negotiations between the National Silver Company and the British. But the attitude of the Duke of Richelieu that day undoubtedly confirmed that Clarence would not side with the Duke of Choiseul, so he wanted to suppress the benefits obtained by Clarence and Corsica to the minimum. In a sense, the Duke of Richelieu's idea was indeed correct. The Duke of Choiseul was increasingly unpopular with Louis XV. If a shrewd politician who knew the inside story wanted to make a political stand between the two dukes, he would undoubtedly choose to join the Duke of Richelieu. Therefore, the Duke of Richelieu was certain that Clarence would not continue to follow the Duke of Choiseul, so he did not offer any sincere conditions to Clarence. It is essentially a question of political standing. Clarence lay in the sofa chair, his expression uncertain, holding his forehead and thinking, there is no third way. It is impossible to protect oneself. What lies before us is a choice between two options. To accept the Duke of Richelieu's conditions and join him in humiliation, or to choose to help the Duke of Choiseul, who is obviously in decline. Rationally speaking, Clarence knew that joining the Duke of Richelieu was the lowest risk, because this was exactly the development trajectory of history. Clarence could even stand by and watch, and the Duke of Choiseul would soon fall. However, after the fall of the Duke of Choiseul, how would the powerful Duke of Richelieu treat the treaty with Corsica? Would he change even the most basic terms? Clarence was not sure about this, and he did not want to gamble. In this case, the only reasonable option was the only one. Perhaps it's time to take a different approach. A gleam flashed in Clarence's eyes, and he made up his mind. He immediately stood up from the sofa, went to the study, wrote a visiting letter, and called the old butler of the mansion to tell him, please send this letter to the Duke of Choiseul as soon as possible. I understand. The old butler took the letter, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he reminded Clarence, by the way, Mr. Lavoisier, who you decided to meet 3 days ago, is expected to visit in the afternoon. You should start changing into formal clothes. Lavoisier. Oh, of course, I almost forgot about it. Clarence was stunned for a moment before he reacted. It was because the Duke of Richelieu and the Duke of Choiseul really occupied too much of Clarence's energy. However, Clarence was still very interested in meeting this famous chemist in ancient and modern times. This was not only to satisfy Clarence's personal interest, but also because in Clarence's plan, the appearance of Lavoisier would bring a huge opportunity to the Corsica National Silver Company. Oh my god, what a magnificent and beautiful mansion. On the Champs-Élysées by the Seine, a tall, thin young man wearing a silver wig stopped and looked at the mansion where Clarence lived from a distance, and couldn't help but sigh. He was wearing a somewhat old black suit, and leaning on a silver cane, that didn't match his age. I'm afraid no passerby could tell, that this young man named Lavoisier, who was only 26 years old, was actually a member of the Royal Academy of Sciences in Paris, and would write a bold and colorful chapter in the history of science. Lavoisier was inevitably hesitating nervously at this time, thinking about how to talk to Mr. Bonaparte. A few days ago, Lavoisier was very surprised by Clarence's reply. He sent the visiting letter at that time just to try his luck. He really didn't expect to receive a reply from Clarence. Moreover, Lavoisier heard that several nobles and property owners with more prominent status than himself had received no response to their letters of visit, but he had received a reply alone, which made Lavoisier feel a little nervous and flattered. Just as Lavoisier was still standing at the door hesitantly, the old butler of the mansion had noticed him, took the initiative to come out, and bowed to him and said, "You are Mr. Lavoisier, right? Mr. Bonaparte is waiting for you in the reception room. Please follow me." Oh, of course. Seeing this, Lavoisier did not have time to think about it, and quickly took off his hat, and tucked it under his armpit, followed the old butler through the path full of busts, and entered the mansion. The light in the reception room was very bright, and the soft afternoon sunlight was projected into the house through a large French window. Sitting here, you can even directly see the sparkling and golden surface of the Seine River. "Ah, Mr. Lavoisier, you are here. Please sit down at your leisure." Clarence, who was lying on the sofa with his eyes closed, noticed the movement beside him. After opening his eyes, he saw the somewhat restrained and nervous young man in front of him, so he pointed to the row of sofas beside him, and said with a smile, "Good afternoon, Mr. Bonaparte, thank you," Lavoisier said, and quickly found a seat not far from Clarence and sat down, and then couldn't help but look at Clarence a few more times. After receiving Clarence's reply at that time, Lavoisier went to inquire about Clarence's information and roughly knew that this was a very young governor of Corsica. However, after actually meeting, Lavoisier was still very surprised at Clarence, who was less than 20 years old. When Lavoisier looked at Clarence, Clarence was also looking at him. Clarence was still very interested in this figure who must be mentioned in the history of chemistry. After recalling the memory of Lavoisier, Clarence could probably guess why he came to visit him. Although Lavoisier had a profound knowledge of science, on the other hand, he also had his own pursuits in politics and wealth. In history, Lavoisier's social positions gradually became heavier after middle age, and the time he spent on scientific research gradually became less. He also served as a member of the National Assembly. At the same time, Lavoisier also served as a tax farmer for a long time. Although this accumulated a lot of wealth for him, it was also the fuse for his death in the future. Due to the tax farming system in France at that time, in the areas contracted by tax farmers, they only needed to pay the prescribed amount of taxes to the state, and the extra taxes could go directly into their own pockets. Then under such a system, tax farmers undoubtedly wanted to collect as much tax as possible, which also led to their extremely bad image in the hearts of ordinary people. Although Lavoisier himself did not levy heavy taxes on the masses, after the revolution, the angry masses still regarded him as a group of people who exploited the people in taxes, and eventually sent him to the guillotine with other 29 tax officials. Of course, Lavoisier at this time naturally could not have expected this outcome. He was still very satisfied with the tax farmer status he had obtained 2 years ago, and wanted to further expand his powers. That's why he appeared in Clarence's mansion today. After all, in the minds of Lavoisier and other small nobles and small businessmen, Clarence, who had such a close relationship with the Duke of Choiseul, could definitely help them. "I'm so glad that you have time to come here, Mr. Lavoisier," After figuring out Lavoisier's intention, Lawrence spoke first. I have heard about you for a long time, and your views on natural philosophy are very attractive to me. Oh, really? You are also a scholar? Lavoisier was no longer nervous when he heard Lawrence talk about the field he was good at, and asked excitedly. Lawrence smiled and nodded, and made up a story, based on his memory. Of course, I have even read your article. The experiment you used to refute the theory of 4-element gave me a lot of inspiration. Ah, yes, that article was only published this year. The experiment took a long time to do. I was first. As soon as Lavoisier talked about his experiment, he immediately began to repeat it to Lawrence, adding a lot of gesticulation. Even when explaining to Lawrence how he vigorously stirred the solution, Lavoisier insisted on demonstrating it with the coffee on the table, and the boiling coffee splashed half of Lavoisier's pants. Lawrence listened patiently and carefully. As a mechanical engineer from later generations, Lawrence, standing on the shoulders of giants, also heard many mistakes made by Lavoisier in this experiment. That's about it, Monsieur Bonaparte. I'm sorry I got so excited. Lavoisier let out a sigh of relief after he finished his story, then apologized and quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe the coffee stains on his pants. Lawrence waved his hand indifferently, looked at Lavoisier, and said with a smile, "It's a clever experiment, but I think there are still many areas where your steps and processes can be improved." Huh? Improvement? Lavoisier was stunned for a moment, and even stopped wiping his hands. First of all, your instrument selection and cleaning. Lawrence slowly expressed all his views, from the selection of instruments to the operation methods, and finally to the selection of reagents and experimental principles. Although some suggestions were beyond this era, they still caused Lavoisier to ponder a series of thoughts. Oh my god, what you said seems to make sense. Lavoisier was still stunned, even the movement of his hands was frozen a minute ago. Only after Lawrence finished speaking did he slowly come back to his senses and murmured, "Oh my god, it is true." Fortunately, the precision requirements of this experiment are not so high. If it is a more precise experiment, the problems you mentioned would be very serious. After that, Lavoisier looked at Lawrence with gratitude and said repeatedly, "I didn't expect that you are indeed a meticulous and astute scholar. It is really fruitful to communicate with you." Lawrence shook his head very modestly. After all, he could see these problems thanks to the experience of predecessors like Lavoisier, so he said proudly, "There is no wrong version in the book forum of 16-9. No, your experimental process also gave me a lot of inspiration. Scholars still need to communicate to make progress. Indeed, communication is extremely important," Lavoisier said with deep approval. However, after hearing Lavoisier's affirmation, Lawrence showed a sly smile and suddenly said, "It is for this reason that I also want to communicate and learn with French scholars." Lavoisier was stunned for a moment. After all, he was not a political old fox like the Duke of Richelieu, and he did not react to Lawrence's meaning for a while. Lawrence was not impatient, and continued to hint, "If the most knowledgeable scholars in France gather together, it must be the Royal Academy of Sciences." Oh, I almost forgot that you are a member of the Royal Academy of Sciences. Do you want to hold a salon with the members of the Royal Academy of Sciences? I should be able to arrange it," Lavoisier said hesitantly. He vaguely felt what Lawrence meant, but he did not dare to confirm it, so he had to give a rather conservative answer. After hearing this, Lawrence could only chuckle and shake his head. If it was the Duke of Choiseul or the Duke of Richelieu, they would definitely know what he meant from the first sentence. "What I mean is," Lawrence said directly, "to communicate with them for a long time, and of course, it would be best to become one of them." "You want to join the Royal Academy of Sciences?" Lavoisier suddenly realized, but then said with some concern, "But I have to say that this is a bit difficult. Of course I'm not bragging. You need to have some well-known academic works, and you must also have the joint recommendation of 3 academicians, and then you must go through the vote of the committee, and only after all this will you be awarded the title of academician." Lawrence listened to Lavoisier's explanation, and nodded without surprise. This recommendation system has been widely used until later generations. However, for Lawrence, although he is confident that he can join the Royal Academy of Sciences through formal procedures with the scientific knowledge in his mind, it will undoubtedly take a long time. not to mention publishing influential academic articles. It will take a lot of effort to find 3 academicians to jointly recommend him. After all, Lawrence did not come out of college. He has neither the recommendation of his mentor nor the relationship in the academic circle. Therefore, if Lawrence wants to become a member of the Royal Academy of Sciences as soon as possible, he still has to rely on this young man who is rising in fame. That's why Lawrence deliberately accepted Lavoisier's letter among many visitors. It does sound a bit difficult. Lawrence took a sip of coffee, moistened his throat, and suddenly changed the subject. Oh, by the way, Mr. Lavoisier, what are you visiting me for today? I was so happy just now that I almost forgot about it. Lavoisier glared at him. Even if he was slow, he could hear what Lawrence wanted at this time. Lawrence glanced at Lavoisier, who was hesitant, and added intentionally or unintentionally, I will talk to Duke Choiseul about the taxation of the areas around Paris recently. It would be great if I can help you. Lavoisier couldn't hide the surprise on his face after hearing this. He didn't know how Lawrence guessed that he was here to ask him to expand his tax package. Haha. Lavoisier laughed dryly twice. He also knew that with his current channels, it would be the best he could do to meet a figure like Lawrence. If he missed this opportunity, who knew how long he would have to wait? So he gritted his teeth and said, it's nothing, just some small matters about the tax farming areas under my name. Compared to this, I'm more concerned about your joining the Royal Academy of Sciences, Mr. Bonaparte. Oh, really? Didn't you just say that it would be a bit difficult? Lawrence asked with a chuckle. Well, in fact, Lavoisier thought for a moment, and then smiled and said, you have just demonstrated excellent academic ability. I think there will be several academicians, including me, who are willing to recommend you. That's great. Lawrence nodded with satisfaction, and then added, what about influential academic works? Although I have some wonderful experimental ideas, it's a pity that I can't get away from my official duties. Lavoisier answered smoothly, no, the suggestion you just gave me is very important. I think I must list your name as a co-author in the next few articles, including this one that has been published. I will also add your name. What do you think? Oh, Mr. Lavoisier, you are so generous. Lawrence leaned back in the sofa and nodded slightly, saying, in this case, I think your request for the expansion of the tax farming area will definitely be taken seriously by the Duke of Choiseul. That's good, that's good. Lavoisier smiled awkwardly. Although the two had reached an agreement and Lavoisier got what he wanted, he was not happy at all at the moment. Can I ask you a question that may offend you? Lavoisier stared at Lawrence for a while and asked hesitantly. Please go ahead. Lawrence waved his hand and said, I feel that you are indeed knowledgeable, and entered the Royal Academy of Sciences in an upright manner. Why do you use such a shameful method? Lavoisier observed Lawrence's expression, and said as tactfully as possible, I think this is somewhat insulting to the demeanor and integrity of scholars. Lawrence picked up the coffee cup, and took a big sip. He didn't care about Lavoisier's somewhat sarcastic words and said directly, Mr. Lavoisier, if our transaction makes your conscience condemned, I'm sorry, but I don't think I'm a scholar, I'm just a profit seeker. Thanks to the monthly ticket support of the book French Neo Fortune Telling. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.